Okay, so I was thinking of listening to Mahler 6 today, or I was planning on doing that, but it's not on my laptop. Like, I can't seem to find the score. My spreadsheet says that I should have it, but it's no great loss. I think the earliest like orchestra piece being The Rite of Spring is kind of fitting for this series. So now we're gonna move on to like the concerti kind of orchestra pieces. So let's see what I think the first one is some saxophone stuff. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at a piece by Henry Cowell called Air and Scherzo for alto saxophone and orchestra. It's from 1963. Okay, so here's the score. I bought this at a university book sale in Ontario, the University of Western Ontario. And I just saw the name Henry Cowell and decided to impulse buy it. It's also a very nice looking score. I came to discover that this piece is a later work of Cowell's, so it's actually much more conservative than his like experimental piano writing, which I was more familiar with. The instrumentation is, I guess it's a chamber orchestra, so I could have included it in that series, but this is like the third or fourth piece where I've made that mistake. The ensemble is 2-1-2-1, 0-0-0-0, and strings, and then the recommended strings are just 5-5-3-3-3. So no brass, and loudest instrument by far is the soloist, the alto saxophone. And it's titled Air and Scherzo, and that's all that it is. It's just two movements. I don't remember much about this piece. I guess... So it's dedicated to Sigurd Rascher. That's something we can look up. Also, it's arranged by the composer in 1963. So maybe it existed as a saxophone and piano version or something. Anyways, there's a lot to talk about because we also have to go over Henry Cowell's biography. This is our first Cowell episode. And it'll probably be the last one for a long time until we get to like the solo piano scores I have. Yeah, there's very little extraneous information in this score. It's literally just the instrumentation page and then the score. And you can see it's like almost no music. I think this piece is about 8 minutes long. So let's just get into it. So the dedicatee for this piece, Sigurd Rascher, is an American saxophonist who lived from 1907 to 2001. Compare this to Cowell, who was born in 1897 and died in 1965. So Cowell is a little bit, 10 years older than the performer that this was written for. And if you don't know, Cowell is like one of the earliest experimental American composers, and is a huge name. And he also did a lot of work like collating the efforts of other experimental composers in his generation and the generation before him. I'm saying experimental, I should say avant-garde, because this is like early 20th century. He pioneered a lot of things in piano writing, which composers still use today. Tone clusters, prepared piano, like graphic notation for piano. John Cage would go on to like take his prepared piano ideas and like really extend them with his sonatas and interludes. He studied composition with Charles Seeger at the University of California, Berkeley, when he was 17. He studied for 3 months at Juilliard in New York. He met another modernist composer, Leo Ornstein, and the two of them started collaborating. So as a pianist, he toured widely, North America and Europe, and playing his own pieces and exploring like other avant-garde works that are atonal and polytonal. This is in the 1920s. The 1920s was actually a very experimental period. in Europe and America for like classical music. He published this book called New Musical Resources between like 1920 and 1930. And in it, he discussed all kinds of like avant-garde techniques that were being pioneered. And apparently there was a very big scandal in Leipzig where he performed some of his more daring pieces in 1923. This might be an interesting quote. "The audience was yelling and stamping and clapping and hissing until I could hardly hear myself. They stood up during most of the performance and got as near to me and the piano as they could. Some of those who disapproved of my methods were so excited that they almost threatened me with physical violence. Those who liked the music restrained them." So what does this have to do with this super conservative 1963 work? Well, in 1936, Cowell was imprisoned for the charge of having oral sex with a 17-year-old male. So basically he was imprisoned for being gay. And this was sensationalized by papers, damaging his public reputation. Yeah, he wrote a full confession while in jail. Just saying that he wasn't exclusively gay, that he would eventually marry a woman. He spent 4 years in San Quentin State Prison, which was one of the most abusive, at the time, like this is the 1930s, was one of the most abusive penitentiaries in the world. And this was a place where people were whipped and starved. He directed a prison band while he was there and taught music to fellow inmates. Produced around 60 compositions while in jail. Here's what I was getting to. This is what's relevant to the piece we're looking at, is that he had a huge style shift after being released from prison. So another experimental composer, Conlon Nancarrow, who's famous for his player piano studies, he visited Cowell in 1947 and said, "The impression I got was that he was a terrified person with a feeling that they're going to get him." So he shifted into writing like American folk music and very conservative things. And I think one can assume that like even by the time he was nearing his death, when he wrote this air and Scherzo, he was, a very traumatized person. A year after composing this, or I guess orchestrating it, he was diagnosed with colorectal cancer, and it was undiagnosed for too long. He died in 1965 in shady Woodstock, New York. His life is kind of a sad story, but I think it's worth looking at. Even though I completely came to this score by chance, I think it's worth looking at it and his later work just to sort of get a sense of the person and his world, what must have been going through his mind. And I think it's like, as a composer, it's important to look at other composers' lives just to get a sense of perspective and to not get too wrapped up in your own life, your own head. I'm going to give this a listen. The recording is in the video description, and if you stick around, I'll let you know my thoughts after hearing it this time. Okay, so this recording is by Gary Louis and the Manhattan Chamber Orchestra, conducted by Richard Alden Clark. It's a cute little set piece for the saxophone, and there's a lot there for the performer to chew on and show off. I like the altissimo stuff in the air. It's really cool. It was kind of interesting how the air, it takes up most of the piece, and it's like this very simple ABA form where the strings accompany the saxophone in the A section, and the brief little B section, the winds accompany the saxophone. It's just a strange way to divvy up the ensemble. I felt that the Scherzo made a better use of like mixed orchestrations of the ensemble. It had more little like soloistic lines for the wind players. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this one. It's sort of just like pan-diatonic, folksy. It's rhythmically interesting. I think like it's definitely not amateurish in its use of like rhythm and like shaping phrases in these interesting ways. It's just like dead simple in terms of harmonic content, and it's just it's barely even chromatic, really. It's just like, you know, little diatonic things. The kind of restraint that's in the air I really liked. Like I like this little first violin solo that it like for a second it's playing along with the saxophone in 16th notes that comes back 3 or 4 times, and it's the only moment we actually get the upper register of the strings. They're just all like sitting low down beneath the player, and it just opens up the ensemble in a very tasteful way. After listening to this, I would go and listen to some of his piano works if you haven't heard them before, like maybe The Banshee, and see if you can hear a connection. He has like some, it's like the Tides of Manoan, or I don't know how to say it, but he has like some folk inspired piano pieces as well, but it's very different from this. I think our next one will probably be a Bari sax concerto. Yeah, definitely. I think it's a Georg Friedrich Haas score, so that'll be next up. Today we're going to be listening to some music by Austrian composer Georg Friedrich Haas. This is his baritone saxophone concerto from 2008. And this is our second Haas episode. If you want to have me go over his biography, I will direct you to our first Haas episode, episode number below. Today we're just going to focus on this piece. So the instrumentation is triple winds, 4-3-4-1, and then 3 percussionists and strings. The number of players should be 14, 12, 10, 8, 6 for the strings. Third flute is on piccolo, third oboe on English horn. Clarinets 1 and 2 are both in B flat. That's what I'm figuring here. And then third bassoon is on contra, or is also on contra. The trumpets are in B flat, which is a bit weird. Percussion 1 is on marimba, crotals, timpani, guiro, woodblock, and large tam-tam. Percussion 2 is on crotals, vibraphone, gongs, timpani, woodblock, large cymbals, and one thing I need to translate. I'm thinking this would be like a large wooden drum or log drum. And then percussion 3, we got crotals, gongs, their own timpani, and woodblock. So one thing we've encountered in a lot of scores is, maybe this is more something I've encountered, is I've had teachers tell me like you can't write any percussion for your timpanist, because you'll have to pay the timpanist 2 paychecks or whatever. And that's been the case for a lot of orchestra readings I've done, pretty much all of them. I keep encountering European scores where percussionists just double on timpani, no problem. And I think it's like a matter of resources. I think where I am at here in North America, it's just like everything is way more uptight, and everybody is just, you know, kind of ridiculous about rules and things. Whereas, you know, Haas has a background where orchestras actually spend money on composers and things of that nature. So, yeah, here we have 2 percussionists doubling on timpani. Haas is a spectral composer, or a post-spectral composer, you could say, but his style is very influenced by Ligeti, and it's very textural and micropolyphonic, I would say. And there's something sort of intuitive about it as well. about the way he composes. He has the Bari sax solo here underneath the percussion and above the strings. I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be very interesting. You can see already on the second page there's all kinds of string divisi taking up most of the page. It's going to be a little bit difficult listening to this with the score on my screen here, just because it's like meant to be viewed on like 11 by 17 tabloid paper, not on a little laptop screen. World premiere was in Cologne on the 3rd of May 2008, I think. The orchestra was the WDR Symphony Orchestra Cologne. The recording is going to be in the video description, it is in the video description, and I'll see you in 20 minutes and let you know my thoughts on the piece. Okay, nice. So, I knew this was going to be good, and maybe I didn't hype it up enough, but this was like a super fun listen. Got me real inspired. I could just list all the things that I thought were cool. All of the like sustained notes with dynamic swells happening rhythmically like this, like all these tied notes with different placed dynamics and stuff. It's just such a cool texture happening throughout the piece in different contexts, and I haven't done that in a piece in a long time, and it made me want to get back into it. This sound at the end with the high Bari sax and crotals sitting above it is like very otherworldly, and it's really cool. It's a fantastic way to end the piece. The multiphonic stuff is obviously great, and it's such a lovely, like, simple experiment and idea, like just having these Bari sax multiphonics that then become sort of, I guess, Haas probably analyzed them and then took that spectral analysis and made chords out of it. And it's this fantastic like soloist versus ensemble thing. I've been meaning to listen to this for a long time, and I just haven't taken the time. I think that the concerto texture really suits Haas's music well, and the sort of things he's pioneered. They all work really well with a simple format like soloist versus orchestra. Okay, so this is 8 years after he wrote In Vain. It definitely still sounds like In Vain in sections, like the harmonies towards the end, for example. But I think it's a little bit less procedural, and it's more like one section after another. If you can get your hands on the score, I highly recommend it. It is really nice to see all these textures, and I think it would be even better having like a physical score in front of me, because Haas's scores are also very clean looking. You can see what he's doing, and it's very clear. So it almost has like a graphic quality seeing these things laid out on the page. We got some cello concerti next, I believe, and one of them is a Haas piece. I don't know if it's the next one. No, we're gonna transition into some Filidei and then another Haas piece. So that'll be it for our saxophone concerti. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece by Italian composer Francesco Filidei. This is a composer whom I really admire, who I discovered at age 25, 26. The piece is a cello concerto called Ogni, gesto d'amore. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Commissioned by the city of Munich for the Münchener Biennale. We're going to have to take our time with this one, going over the instrumentation as well as the performance notes, as there are a lot of extended techniques. Then I'll show you briefly what like the first page of the score looks like, and I'll also have to talk a little bit about the composer. This is our first Filidei episode. Now the instrumentation for this is 2-2-3-2, 4-3-3-1, 4 percussionists, timpani, piano, harp, and strings. The recommended number of string players is 14, 12, 10, 8, 6. Third clarinet is on bass. Third trumpet is on trumpet in B flat, whereas the other 2 trumpets are in C. The brass are doubling on a bunch of instruments here. Let me make sure I know what they are. Horns 1 and 2 are doubling on like corrugated tubing. I believe this is like the plastic tubes that you can rotate to get partials of the harmonic series. And then horns 3 and 4 are doubling on nightingale hand calls. So I believe these are hand operated little nightingale calls. Trumpets 1 and 2 are doubling on crow horns, basically. So crow calls, and then the third trumpet is on duck call. The first trombone is on duck call. These are wild boar calls, and then this tuba doubling is the water whistle, what you would consider like a typical bird whistle. The 3 trombones all need metal wah-wah mutes, as do the 3 trumpets. I think that's it for the brass. The percussion's here. So percussion 1 is on bass drum, water gong, triangle, bottle. So a bottle with enough liquid in it to play an F4. Then guero, flexiton, thunder sheet, rototom, vibroslap, balloon, crotals, bowed crotals ranging from F sharp, ridden F sharp 4 to ridden F sharp 5. I think this is a couple other calls here. This is a quail call and a grouse call. All of these calls I am assuming are things you would find at like a hunting store. They're designed to call animals. Then percussion 2 is also on bass drum. Water phone, glass chimes, their own bottle but on D4, wine glasses on sounding D5, F5, E5, and F sharp 5, rattle, thunder sheet, large rototom, a musical bow, like an archer's bow that you would play. And then we have a thrush call and a tit call. Percussion 3 is on bass drum as well. Rain stick, glass chimes, tam-tam. Their bottle is on A3. Their 4 wine glasses are on F sharp 4, A4, A sharp 4, and C sharp 5. They have a wood block, a thunder sheet, a rototom, and their own tit call. And then percussion 4, they're on bass drum, chimes made out of seashells, a bottle on F sharp 3, whip, gong sounding on B flat 2, thunder sheet, balloon, rototom, crotals, ranging from F sharp to F sharp, just like the other percussionist, percussion 1. Then we have a sparrow call and their own, what call was this again? And their own grouse call. So some of these calls are like hand operated, the manual ones, and then others are blown into. The timpani has a reversed cymbal placed on top, as well as a rin in D. I think this is the first time I encountered the word rin. It just means like a singing bowl. And then a gun. Not sure what type of gun they would be firing. They also have a horse call, it looks like, and a grouse call. The pianist is doubling on musical box. Doesn't specify what is going on in the musical box, just a hand crank one. The pianist has to be prepared to play inside the piano with a mallet, a glass, I'm guessing like a glass bottle or a whiskey glass or something, plectrum, like a guitar pick, and then with diapason. Harp also needs a guitar pick or some type of pick, and their own diapason. Yeah, not sure what Filidei means by that. Okay, it's just French for tuning fork. My bad. Maybe the harpist has to hold a tuning fork against the instrument. Same thing with the piano. You could hold one up to the strings. That makes sense. And basses 4 through 6 need their 5th string, the C string. He even provides a link to where all the bird calls can be found. This is a French, toy maker, I guess. This is a bit of a rabbit hole. I mean, this is a fairly old score. Maybe they have sort of changed their inventory and what they specialize in since the publishing of this score. What I like about this instrumentation list is he provides little icons for each of the bird calls, which is quite nice to know what you're looking for. This is a symbol for loud, page turning. So obviously the ensemble members are supposed to turn pages together to make sounds. Tongue ram, this is a pretty standard notation for flute. Some other flute notations. Breath tone is with a diamond note head. Okay. The 2 note heads, I guess they're blowing with the teeth clenched or holding the mouthpiece between the teeth so that you get sort of like a second and third partial popping out. Whistle tones, that's pretty straightforward. Natural multiphonic, kind of like a jet whistle. And then approximate pitch with glissandi. There's a couple multiphonics that with fingerings here, only 2 of them. And they're both minor thirds, yeah. Oboes also have the same tongue ram notation. They have some read-only things, and then the same approximate pitch thing. Oboes get 3 different multiphonics. Clarinets, you got the bisbigliando trills, that's very idiomatic. Natural multiphonic, a bit harder on the clarinet. You do have to overblow a lot, but pretty effective, especially on bass clarinet. And then muffled playing, this is a nice notation. You're probably going to get something similar to some of Sciarrino's techniques without having to notate extreme dynamics. Teeth on the reed. And then I've heard performers complain about this one just because it can be painful or uncomfortable. And then approximate pitch stuff. And they have 2 multiphonics. Both of them seem to be very quiet. And then bassoons, they just have multiphonics and the same stuff as before. Obviously, bassoon has very rich multiphonics. They have all kinds of key stuff they can do. So there's actually 6 here for the bassoons. Those will be cool. Trumpets just have breath sound and then percussion on the body of the instrument. Same thing with the horns. They have a piston glissando. It's kind of cool, half piston and some half piston stuff with the square note heads. As you can see, Filidei is well aware of the limitations of his instruments, and like brass do have less extended techniques for his use in this piece. Sliding between tuning pins and bridge pins on the harp. So I guess there's a bit of string at the top of the instrument. You can run along that. It's interesting. It's kind of like playing behind the bridge on a stringed instrument. And then buzz tone. I guess like having the fingertip sort of muting the string. This is actual muted strings though. And then brushing with the pick, taking the tuning fork and brushing it along the tuning pins. Interesting. Hitting the frame of the piano, there's a note head for that. Having a sliding glass on the inside of the piano, obviously on the string of the note being struck with the other hand. These piano ones, you have to imagine the left hand is, one of the hands is inside, the other one is playing. Same notation as the harp for sliding between the tuning pins and bridge pins. Same muted notation as the harp. All of this is the same notation as the harp, but inside the piano. You have to imagine the piano is like a harp lying down kind of thing. Or the opposite. Bartok pits on the strings. This tiny glissando idea, I guess it's like a seagull effect if it's on a... this would be an artificial harmonic. Another glissando symbol. Exaggerated pression. So this symbol means something different for the strings than it does the winds. And then sliding across the wood of the instrument, like bowing the body of the instrument. That's used with the flagged triangle note head. I've never seen this note head before, but it's kind of cool. Colegno battuto, he just has an X note head instead of specifying. I guess it's that involved, that it needs its own note head. And yeah, exaggerated bow pressure is like the rectangle note head. So you can kind of see that he's very inventive with his symbols, and this is all designed to work with the score. Francesco Filidei is as I said, an Italian composer. He's a student of Salvatore Sciarrino. He also studied with spectral composer Michele Levinas. He also took the IRCAM composition course. His degrees are from Conservatorio Luigi Cherubini and Conservatoire de Paris. In addition to being a composer, he's an organist, and he is about 52 years old at the date of recording, born in 1973. I think most notable is the Sciarrino influence, but I think his music's a little bit more conceptual. Sciarrino said that Filidei tries to imagine a music that has lost the sound element. So take that as you will. Maybe this listening will sort of illuminate on that a little bit, or will illustrate that for you. I find his music fascinating, and I'm excited to listen to this piece again. I don't know if it's the best piece to introduce you to his music, but it's as good as any, I think, because he has a very, regardless of what you think of his style, he does have a very consistent style that is unique to him, and is sort of like the ideal if you want to be a very accomplished European composer. So, yeah, I think with that being said, we can get into the listening session. The recording that I'm listening to is in the video description. Okay, so this is a really great experience. Definitely sounded very different from the last time I listened to it. When I first heard it, I was blown away by the use of the cello, obviously. I'd never heard a cello play so high for so long, and the opening is very striking in that way. it still is striking, but I think I have a better appreciation now of how many different sound worlds this piece explores. It really goes through a lot of different ideas. All of them are semi-repetitive, kind of like in Sciarino's work, but very diverse. Like the ending is extremely different from everything else that preceded it, and that it's kind of interesting. I also think that he has a real facility for just like combining sounds and knowing that they'll work together. Like these are very carefully constructed little like sound worlds, and it's very fascinating. I love the use of bass drum when it comes back towards the end, and the mix of like I think there are 4 separate bass drums, is what I'm hearing in the recording, one for each percussionist, and you have them like slowly beating quietly at a loud dynamic at one point. You also have like these soft bass drum tremolos, which create a whole like atmosphere unto themselves. There were definitely a lot of sounds in the strings that were so quiet I could almost not really hear them, but they look fantastic on the page. But there's just things like this happening that are very graphic looking in the violins, and it's exceptionally quiet. It's hard to hear. I think that's the bowing the body of the instrument, actually, which makes sense. That's yeah, it's incredibly quiet as a sound. I like how there's like a mix of very noisy dissonant stuff and then more like harmonic series-y kind of almost consonant sounding things, but sort of emerging out of just like using the string harmonics of the cello, except for the ending. The ending is literally just like kind of tonal sounding, and it's very, very weird. I think it would be really fantastic if this was programmed more. It just takes a lot of effort on the orchestra's part to make sure that everything sounds correct, you know. I also wanted to mention that I thought that the page turning stuff was really cool. It looks cool in the score. As a composer, you think about it logistically, and it's very fun. Like, it takes something which is so mundane and almost like annoying, which is organizing page turns, and makes it into something musical and fun. So, and it's in the beginning of the piece, it comes back in the end. It's the first thing you hear, and the score is so designed that the conductor can do it along with everybody, and I just think that's really, really fun. So you steal that notation if you want to do that stuff. Maybe you could write a whole piece with just that as a joke. What's the notation here? This thing. It's always all over a bar line, for obvious reasons. So this would be the last note of one measure, and then this is the first note of the measure after the page turn. Okay, I have not much else to say today. In a couple days, I'll be listening to another cello concerto by Georg Friedrich Haas, and that'll be it for the cello concerti. I only have the 2 scores. Today I'm going to be listening to a cello concerto by Austrian composer Georg Friedrich Haas. It was written in 2004, and it's about 29 minutes long. The instrumentation is 4-4-4-4, so quadruple winds, 6-4-4-1 for the brass, timpani, 3 percussionists, and strings. The strings are 12-12-10-8-6 recommended. There are 2 flutes on piccolo, 4th oboes on English horn. It looks like the 4th clarinet is on bass, and the 3rd clarinet is on E flat, and then the 4th bassoon is on contra. Percussion 1 is on crotals, Glock, gongs, like pitched gongs, and woodblock, large tam-tam, a couple large drums, And then percussion 2, we got marimba, crotales, gongs, woodblock, temple block, hanging, cymbals, large tam-tam, lion's roar, tom-tom. Percussion 3, the only pitched instruments are some pitched gongs, temple block, hanging cymbals, tam-tam, and then a couple drums. And Haas lists the pitches for the crotales and gongs nicely. So here is percussion 1, if you're interested. Percussion 2. And percussion 3. The score is actually fewer pages than the Bari sax concerto of his we looked at the other day, but the piece is longer, and I think that's because there's a pretty sizable cello cadenza in this, whereas the Bari sax concerto had no cadenza at all for the player. Yeah, there's at least one cello cadenza on page 14 here, and it's quite massive. So that'll be fun to get into. There's a huge write-up here on Universal Edition's website. Let me see if I can find anything of interest about the piece. Yeah, so this is a pretty long-winded program note. It talks about Haas and a number of his other pieces before talking about the cello concerto, but on the concerto, it's finished composing it around May 2004, and it has some motivic material in the solo part where it's primarily introduced. There's a quotation of Schrecker's opera, O Father, Thy Sad Inheritance. This is announced towards the end of the piece. Haas does have quite a few pieces with quotation in them, which I think is kind of interesting. This will be the first of his that we look at that does that. And I guess this melodic pattern from the quotation is hinted at earlier in the cello part. The writer goes on to talk about rhythmic grids, which they were talking about earlier. I guess this is sort of like Grise would talk about, like striated rhythm versus like continuous rhythm, and this is sort of like a continuation of that. Like these sort of ways that spectral composers discuss musical parameters. I find this write-up to be incredibly bloated and very kind of pedestrian. It doesn't actually say much of anything. So, I mean, it might be nice in a concert booklet or something, but I'm not getting much out of it. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. I'll let you know my opinions on the piece after I listen to it today. It should be good. I'm excited. I don't think I've ever listened to this one before, although I've had the score for many years now. And if you'd like to learn more about Haas's music, this is our 3rd episode. The other 2 episodes are listed below. They're on 2 other orchestra pieces of his, Hyperion and the Bari Sax Concerto, respectively. Okay, so this definitely scratches your concerto itch. It's got lots of different uses of the soloist. Pretty conventional cello playing throughout, especially compared to the last piece we looked at for cello and orchestra. Like you can very clearly hear the difference between the soloist and the ensemble. Like for example, it opens with a minute of full orchestra playing, and then the next like 5 or 6 minutes are just solo cello. I like the introduction of like the cellist playing a low C, and then you get all this C harmonic series stuff at around like 3/4 of the way into the piece. Kind of reminded me of one of Haas's string quartets. I can't remember if it's the first one or the second one. I think it's the second one. It's kind of interesting because he clearly wants to write a lot of loud, full orchestra music in this piece, but because it's a cello concerto, he's very limited in what he can do. So he finds a few workarounds. It's sort of just one of the challenges of a cello concerto. It's hard to make a really big sounding cello concerto. It's not a loud instrument, and in that way, I think it might have fallen into some of the sort of like pitfalls and tropes that cello concerti fall into. I don't know. There was a moment while I was listening to it where I was thinking, like, okay, we're 10 minutes into the piece, and we had the cellist introduce a bunch of ascending lines, and now I'm listening to the orchestra playing descending lines for 3 minutes. It's like charming in a way, but it's also very simple in a way that, if you're not in the right mood, could be kind of annoying, I think. But obviously his like the textures that he's able to write and the sort of polyphonic writing is very sophisticated. I mean, that's something that Haas has always excelled at, and he's right up there with Georg Ligeti in his like micropolyphonic writing, you could say. So yeah, if you like Haas, I would give this a listen. It's exactly what you would expect. I think we're going to move on to some choir and orchestra pieces. The first one is Fama by Bea Führer. So that'll be in a couple days from now. Today's piece is another piece by Austrian composer Bea Führer. It's called Fama. It was completed in 2005, and it's for choir, orchestra, and actress. So there's an actor, a choir, and orchestra. If we look at the instrumentation list here, the choir is very small. It's just 2 of each voice, SATB. And then the orchestra looks like it's 2, 1, 2, 1, but there's also a tenor saxophone in there. And then for the brass, it's just 0, 2, 2, 0. 2 percussionists, piano, accordion, and then strings. Actually reduced strings, just like 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. So it's almost like a little chamber orchestra. I guess I'll just have to add this to the roster of chamber orchestra pieces that I accidentally am covering in the orchestra series. It's broken up into 7 or 8 scenes. 8 scenes here. Maybe you can tell I know almost nothing about this piece. We got a legend of extended techniques here. Just 1 page of them. The winds have some multiphonics, it looks like. They might all be overblown. And then we have like a couple different note heads for like more percussive sounds, and then half covered tone hole stuff, and then these notes that transition from fully covering or from half covering a tone hole to like open tone hole. So that's all the winds have to worry about. The piano has to like dampen the strings occasionally, it looks like, and maybe pluck the strings with the plectrum, and some octave harmonics, it looks like. Then the strings, we got all your normal bow positions. There's 4 of them in this case, and then of course like artificial harmonics, but it looks like Führer is probably not going to notate the sounding pitch. He's just going to ask for like depressing the strings less. Collegial battuto has just this abbreviation CLB, and then fingernail pizzicato. This is different from a Bartok pizz. This is a symbol you see more in like harp writing, not so much strings. And then left-hand pits, the plus sign is very normal for that. Yeah, that's about it, I think. Percussion, it looks like there's a couple symbols. I'm not going to bother translating them. It's not apparent immediately to me what those are. But there you go. It's very easy to understand. I don't speak German, and I can understand most of these just fine. This is what the score looks like. A lot of Führer scores are, all of them that we've looked at so far, except maybe one piece, have been handwritten. So his handwriting is quite messy, but the layout is very normal, and it looks like we have a mix of things going on here. So the London Sinfonietta has a listener's guide here. I guess the UK premiere was a bit later. The story is a distressed young woman is forced into prostitution in order to pay her father's debts. Pretty straightforward. So Führer was 51 when he wrote this piece. And the concept behind this piece is a sound feeder. The narrative is compressed into a single instant, captured in endless repetition, and projected into changing spaces, whatever that means. This is just the composer's own words. Scene 5 stretches a minimal amount of music over about 14 minutes, and musical fragments constantly recur in it. So that's sort of like the climax of the piece, it looks like. And then there's this very detailed guide of just scene 5. So that's something to look out for, I guess. Scene 5 is just the ensemble. It has no soloist. The actor is in scene 1, scene 3, and scene 6. Then we have more instrumental stuff filling in everywhere else. The choir features mostly in scene 1 and scene 4. Okay, thank God the whole thing is actually on YouTube. It's just on this album here by Kairos. So yeah, I can listen to it. And this is where you'll be able to find it too. I'll leave a link in the description. I don't think there's much else I can say about it. I believe the title is after a mythical deity. Yeah, Fama is just rumor. Maybe I can read some Ovid just to get you in the mood for this. At the world's center is a place between the land and the seas and the celestial regions where the tripartite universe is joined. From this point, everything that's anywhere, no matter how far off, can be observed, and every voice goes right into its ears. Fama lives here. She chose this house herself, well situated on a mountain top, and added on some features of her own. It has innumerable entrances and 1,000 apertures, but not one door. By day and night it lies completely open. It is constructed of resounding brass that murmurs constantly and carries back all that it hears, which it reiterates. There is no quiet anywhere within, and not a part of it is free from noise. No clamor here, just whispered murmurings, as of the ocean heard from far away, or like the rumbling of thunder when great Jupiter has made the dark clouds speak. Crowds fill the entryway, a fickle mob that comes and goes, and rumors everywhere. Thousands of fabrications mixed with fact wander the premises, while false reports flit it all about. Some fill their idle ears with others' words, and some go bearing tales. Elsewhere, well everywhere, the fictions grow, as everyone adds on to what he's heard. Here are credulity and heedless error, with empty joy and fearful consternation, and here with unexpected treachery are whispers of uncertain origin. Nothing that happens, whether here on earth or in the heavens or the seas below, is missed by Fama as she sweeps the world. Okay, yeah, so this was an interesting listen. Having heard a lot of Führer's music before, even on this channel. Nothing I heard was like surprising, except maybe the fourth movement had some like quartal and quintal harmonies that were quite consonant, and it was very strange to have this like sort of ambient texture that was in the middle of this piece. So that was different than a lot of Führer's music that I've listened to, but a lot of the techniques were things we've seen in other chamber orchestra pieces of his, and like chamber ensemble pieces. It was interesting seeing his work in a dramatic context, the way that he, especially in the third movement, like set this really long narration. Yeah, there's a page dedicated to the text, and yeah, the third movement is like 13 minutes long, and the narration goes by quite quickly. The actress is like really just blazing through this, and it's interesting to hear that against the music, and how the music sort of sets the text and infuses it with energy, or like takes energy away. There's like a lot of really sparse moments in the third movement that were almost just silence. Also, there's a whole movement that is just contrabass flute and the narrator. And what I found was that the movements just kept getting smaller and smaller in terms of how much space they took up on the page. Like the textures got sparser and sparser, and the number of pages required per movement, it just shrank. So the most impressive score, if you were to look at each of these movements, is definitely the first one. It's like really completely rigidly composed. The whole ensemble's playing the whole time. By the time we get to the sixth movement, we just have contrabass flute and narrator, and it's incredibly slow and sparse and quiet, and it is kind of it reminds me of the Ovid that I read. It's like this idea of like whispering, but also this whispering being amplified by some sort of space. And the contrabass flute is that sort of space, like the brassy walls of Fama's house, you could say. Then the seventh movement took up even less space, because it's effectively a bunch of very small parts that different members of the ensemble read at their own leisure when they're cued to start playing. And the conductor just has this like cueing scheme, and it just keeps building. You keep adding more and more parts until you get this tam-tam roll at the very end, at Q16, you could say. And there's an abrupt end. So it's kind of actually 14 you cue the entry of the tam-tam. Q15 is for the rest of the ensemble to fade out, and then 16 is your cue to like keep the tam-tam to keep rolling, crescendoing more and more. So yeah, I thought that movement was interesting in terms of notation. It reminded me of there was a movement of Führer's string quartet that asked all four performers to sort of memorize these parts and then coordinate them. Like it was very this sort of elaborate aleatoric structured thing. It's a very interesting score. I would recommend looking at it. It's a bit hard to read because of the handwriting, but it's full of life. Like his rhythmic writing is so interesting. Even that movement with just the contrabass flute, it's like incredibly quiet. You must have to amplify it or something in performance, but it's still full of life. Like it's infused with this sort of rhythmic energy that never backs off. So that's something to definitely look into as a composer. So yeah, that's it for this one. Next on the docket will be another Kory Reader piece, I think it's his dissertation piece, actually. It's another piece for choir and orchestra. There's a couple other soloists involved too. And it'll be a little more easy to listen to than this, in the sense that it's not particularly modernist or dissonant. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. I hope I was able to introduce you to this piece or this composer. So today I'm going to listen to a piece by Kory Reeder, American composer. It's called Codex Symphonia, and it's his dissertation piece, which he wrote in 2021 for orchestra, choir, soloists, and fixed media. And I saw the premiere of this piece. I don't know if it's been performed since, but Kory basically put together this orchestra, this ad hoc orchestra of students, and rented a venue and did this as his dissertation recital. So a lot of the soloists are people that he's worked with multiple times on different projects. He has a whole community of musicians that he works with in Denton, Texas, where he's based. Like, I believe, just looking at the soloists here, the solo viola was Kathy Crabtree, who he's worked with on various projects. The percussionist, I believe, was West Fox. And the soprano, it was Julia Cuejo. There's also SATB choir with at least 2 to a part. And then the orchestra is 2222, 1111, 2 percussions. This is in addition to the soloist. And then piano, harp, and strings, at least 2 to each string part. And then also there is two speakers need to be either on stage or just in front of the stage for stereo playback of fixed media, which only features in one movement, and there's no other performers playing while the fixed media is playing. Unlike Kory's other orchestra pieces, which we've looked at, which were written for reading sessions and for already formed ensembles, this piece is written for an ad hoc ensemble, and the notation reflects that sort of ability to experiment with your own group. The notation is closer to what Kory has done in some of his like chamber works. Yeah, so before getting into like how the piece works, we've already done a number of episodes on Kory's music, listed below. The first one we did is going to be the one with his biography. And the recording we're listening to, I believe, is on his SoundCloud. Yeah, so it's an 80-minute piece in 8 movements. Here's where you can find the recording. The score is freely available on his website if you want to look at this yourself. Movement 1 is 13 minutes long. And it's for solo viola and orchestra. So the soloist should play with minimum vibrato and move slowly. The rhythms are not regular and should always be playing above the orchestra, I guess in terms of volume. And each pitch should be shaped as if it's its own phrase. So if we look at the viola performance here, we have like 23 seconds plus 12 seconds plus 19 seconds of a G. I'm assuming it's going to be played on the C string non-vibrato, but maybe someone would take it on the open string. And then the ensemble, it says here that the strings come in with halftone harmonics on A flat and G in the second little module here. So very slow music to start. I think I mentioned Kory conducted this as well in the performance. So the conductor is sort of mediating between the 2 parts of the ensemble. There's no like set pulse here, but you could cue each bar line And yeah, halftone harmonics. This is something you would see in Jörg Frey's music, where you just lightly touch the tone a half step above. And yeah, it's like literally he provides a link here to like how to play the music of Jörg Frey. I guess every downbeat of a bar has to be given by the conductor. I alluded to that earlier. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Page turns have to be very carefully planned out. I guess Kory doesn't want them to distract from the performance. All movements are attacca. There is a sound recurring throughout the piece, which is cardboard rubbed against the face of a bass drum. This should be executed with slow circular motions across the instrument, taking care to have a consistent and clearly audible sound. I forgot to list the percussion instruments: tam-tam, cymbals, bass drum, cardboard, vibraphone, Glock. The second movement is for piano trio and percussion. And I think Colin Stokes was on cello in this, if I remember correctly, the premiere. And this one consists of modules that you repeat. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, you can see you're moving from one module to the next. It looks like they're numbered 1 through 9. And each one has pretty clear instructions on how to execute them. So movement 3 is for percussion and orchestra. If we look at the notation here, it's kind of like the first movement where the orchestra is reading specific pitches and people are just taking whatever pitch is available to them. And the percussion is doing more rhythmic stuff, like pulsed things. And it's still kind of aleatoric, like how fast they would pulsate. So repeated note stuff, basically. Then we have another trio for movement 4. And this one we start to incorporate some pauses here. So more sparse kind of stuff. This is meant to be a short transitional movement. It looks like it's more fully notated than other movements, so this one you are cueing silences and expanses of long tones, basically. Movement 5 uses Kory's grid notation, which he's developed. So this is something he's used in a number of pieces. I don't think we've looked at any of them though, but he has this idea where performers will read pitch classes basically off of a grid, and I believe they can move in any direction they want, across or below. So the grid sort of limits what pitch you can play next after a certain pitch. I keep saying pitch, I should be saying pitch class, because they can occur in any octave. And obviously the way you move from one to the next is you spend a lot of time on each note in the style that the piece has been in thus far. And this movement I think is just for the string orchestra. Then we have the fixed media movement. All the players are silent, as I mentioned before. Then we have a soprano solo moment for movement 7. Let's have a look here at the score for that. We've got orchestra chords for a number of seconds each. Then the string trio, then a string quartet, and then we just have a sort of conventionally notated melody at quarter equals 60, and this is the movement with choir. Okay, so we get the introduction of soprano and choir here. They've been silent pretty much the whole time. And then what do we have at the end here? Yeah, I remember this. So the ending is a little 3-minute thing for another 3 players, I think. Or it might just be the piano. Yeah, it's just piano. So in the premiere, Alvin Lung performed this. And yeah, it's just conventionally notated. And then the cello and violin enter at the end here. So a mix of aleatoric notation stuff and conventional notation. Some other interesting things about the score. Obviously, everyone is reading off of the score. There are no parts, as far as I know. And, you know, it takes a lot to put it together in rehearsal because the conductor has to basically explain how the piece works. And another interesting thing is it is variable. I didn't realize this when I first saw it, but you can sort of augment the size of this ensemble as much as you like. It can be as small as a chamber orchestra or as large as a large orchestra. It's really up to you. So in that way, it's very flexible. I don't have much else to say about this. I don't think there's any program note. I should mention that Kory's dissertation is available through the University of North Texas libraries as a PDF. And I remember reading it. I think it tangentially talks about this piece, but more so talks about Kory's aesthetics and like philosophy, you could say. But, you know, if you're super interested in this, I would just check that out because it's free. I'm going to have a listen to this after a quick nap, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Lots of these people are, I mean, all of them are UNT students, but lots of them are people who have worked many times with Kory. I was wrong, too, about the piano. It was actually Garrison Gerard on the piano, and then Alvin Lung was on organ. Why am I missing so much? Okay, Connor Simmons was still in school at the time, so he was one of the contrabass players. And yeah, Anne and Elena were on flute. That makes sense. Yeah, a lot of names that are closely associated with Kory. I was wrong about all of this because Colin was not one of the cellists either. Looks like it was just Nico and Noah on cello. Yeah, I guess I was going to say it sort of captures a very specific time because the way that, you know, it's a university ensemble, and all of these people have kind of come and gone. Some of them have stayed in Denton. Some of them are still doing their degrees. Many of them have left and gone to do other things. So this is very much a sort of like little time capsule, this recording here. I'm sure I'll have to do a lot of editing for this one just to like correct myself with subtitles and such, but I guess there is a program note here. It is a part of a larger series of pieces called Codex pieces. Kory was in school for 11 years. You know, like he never took a break between degrees. So this was very much a culmination of all that as he sort of entered the professional world. There's definitely a sense of community here, which I think is very, very cool. It's something I will, remember as I interact with other music communities. Yeah. Okay. So the recording to this the link is in the video description, and stick around for the post listen if you want to know what I think of it today. Okay, so I listened to this in 2 sections. I gave myself a little intermission after the 4th movement, and yeah, I'll try to keep this short. Hopefully you took the time to listen to it, and I can say that it is a very different experience listening to it through headphones than it is seeing it live. Particularly seeing it live, the difference between the forces was very audible, and because it's also so quiet, there's not really a huge dynamic difference in the recording between the trios and the full ensemble, but you really feel the difference in the hall. Also, the transition to electronic music, like fixed media, I found that was really, really successful in the hall. And it did feel like this otherworldly like break. Here, listening to it through headphones, it's like it is a convincing transition, but it's obviously not the same. Watching the whole ensemble sit quietly has a certain like energy to it that you don't get in a audio recording. Yeah, what can I say? It's very Kory. It's sort of a culmination of a lot of things that he's been doing for a long time. I find the performance is very convincing, but the score is missing a lot of information. Like, I don't think you would be able to perform this cold. Like, if I were to put this on, I'd have to fly Kory out, basically, to help the performers decipher this. There's too much... because Kory wants such a specific sound, but his performance directions are so vague. 2-minute percussion cadenza. It's like that could be horrible if not directed correctly. So those types of things. I also noticed that the time intervals are very precise in this, but not so precise in the recording. I think that's one of the immediate things you feel listening to this with the score is like there's this sort of natural push and pull, like, for example, getting the whole ensemble to play together in this style takes time. So to get them all to enter in within 5 seconds, it doesn't happen. It ends up being 10 seconds. Yeah, those are my thoughts. You know, the composer in me wants to just renotate this, but at the same time, it's not really about the notation. I think it's more about what Kory was able to cultivate with these players that he's worked with for so long, and with the time he had with everybody to rehearse this. And did I have a favorite moment or anything? I really liked the silences in this movement, actually, movement 4. I thought that this was really welcome, and I liked that the G unison came back later in the piece, and I like that this like lower note to upper cluster kind of idea comes back from the second movement. I like this sort of like parallel between the second and fourth movement, and I like that the first 4 movements in their durations, it's like long, medium, long, short, is mirrored in movements 5 through 8. I think that's a nice plan for a piece. Next, I think we have... Honestly, I don't know what we have next, because a lot of these pieces that I'm going through right now probably don't have recordings. So... we'll see. It might end up being this other piece from my UNT days by an undergraduate student, or it might end up being one of these pieces from the Winnipeg New Music Festival 2024, although I kind of doubt it. I don't think they're going to have recordings, but until next time, happy listening. If you made it this far, thanks for watching the whole video. Alright, so today's piece is Hello Gold Mountain for Guzheng, voice, oud, and orchestra by Chinese-American composer Wu Fei. This piece was written in 2022, and the recording I'm going to be listening to is a chamber orchestra version, which was performed at a university, I believe, in a university context. The instrumentation is 2231 4330 timpani, percussion, piano, the aforementioned soloists, and strings. I don't have a number of percussionists, but the list of percussion instruments would be whip, tambourine, tubular bells, glock, snare drum, triangle gongs, cymbals, bass drum, whistle, chimes. I guess these are not tubular bells. These would be like wind chimes or something. Vibraphone, and then frame drum. And there's some text here, I guess because there's singing involved. And then there's as a performance note, we have the tuning of the Guzheng. Wu Fei was born in Beijing in 1977, studied at the China Conservatory of Music until 2000, then did a master's in composition at Mills College. She's a participant of the downtown New York improv scene, and she's worked with big names like John Zorn, Fred Firth, Guyan Riley, Carla Kilstedt, my mistake, Billy Martin, the Wu Force, and Abigail Washburn. And she obviously not only composes but is a virtuoso performer on piano and Guzheng. On this piece, Hello Gold Mountain, it was premiered in 2019, inspired by the European Jewish refugees who fled eastward to Shanghai and then San Francisco. It was written for this ensemble called Chatterbird, and it featured like intersections of oud and guzheng, which are both plucked string instruments, representing the Jewish and Chinese voices in the case of this work. For those unaware, this is what a guzheng is. It's a plucked lap zither or harp. It has these tuning movable bridges that you can use to tune it. I guess it can be traced back to the Qin dynasty, so around 200 BC. In the Qing dynasty, this is like 17th through 20th centuries. The strings were made of silk, but modern strings are almost always nylon-coated steel. This was introduced in the 1970s. Traditional playing style is to pluck with the right hand and then manipulate the pitch with the left hand. So it's like, although it's a harp, it's almost like a monophonic instrument. And just for the fun of it, this is a oud. For those who don't know, it's like the precursor to the European lute. It's usually like grouped in courses, so most strings you'll have two strings tuned to the same note, right? So here this oud pictured in the Wikipedia article has 6 courses and 11 strings, because the lowest course just has the 1 string. So yeah, there you go. Okay, I think that's about all I'm going to say about this piece. I'm looking forward to getting to know the score a little bit here. The link to the recording I'm listening to is in the video description for those interested. And if you're interested in my opinions, just wait through this brief transition and I'll start talking about it. Okay, so I ended up finding a different recording. I was going to listen to another one, but I realized there's a full orchestra recording as well by the Lehigh University Philharmonic. So, obviously the composer is on Guzheng and voice. In this recording, Shanir Ezra Blumenkranz was on oud, and then the conductor was Paul Salerni. And clearly Wu Fei is like very passionate about this piece and really enjoys playing it. It's really a pleasure to hear her and see her perform in it. And she fills a lot of roles. It's a very theatrical piece. She even gets to conduct the orchestra for a little while. Looking at the score was kind of interesting, just in the sense that it's very loose in the improvisatory sections. There's almost no direction given. And it's very straightforward in the composed sections. Like, there's no in between. Looking at some like Earl Brown, which we've done in the past, there's like a little bit more like stuff that's in between improvised and composed, and there's more of a playfulness in the notation. Here it's really just like black or white, like either you're playing notated music or you're freely improvising at the direction of the composer. And I think it makes for an interesting like listener experience. But I also found that the at least for the first four movements, or three movement, I guess, yeah, the fourth movement has some composed stuff, but for the first three movements there is very scant like notated music, and it's really dominated by improv, and the notated stuff, it just doesn't sound nearly as interesting as the things that the two soloists were improvising, especially rhythmically. Like, it's very, very square rhythmically. So it's a little bit jarring, I would say. But I did like some of the composed stuff, like the sixth movement I thought was very gorgeous in its own way. And if I can scroll to that here, you know, there's an interesting use of piano throughout the piece, actually. And I liked, you know, this moment here. It is kind of a just typical chord progression, but it's a little bit more developed than other sections of the piece. It even kind of modulates here. Obviously, my most favorite moments were like the solo and duo improvising stuff. That was the most sophisticated, and I think the like frame drum groovy improv was kind of fun too. But yeah, mostly I just think as a composer, what I would take away from this is like how to approach these non-Western instruments and their performance practice, and you know, how much liberty you can really give them, and what, you know, this is what they excel at, is just improvising in, I've been saying free improv in the context of like how the score is laid out, but they actually improvise in clearly a very like structured, specific way. Like, they have their own cultural like methods. So I like that sort of culture is preserved in this performance, and it really works well in communicating this narrative, which I think is the whole point. It's a very like narrative driven piece. So yeah, it's successful in a lot of ways, and it was a pretty easy listen today considering the duration of it. So yeah, hopefully this was interesting to you, and yeah, we're just gonna keep moving along with orchestra pieces of all types. Okay, so today I'm going to be I am recording from Winnipeg Airport, and we're looking at a piece for Marimba duo and orchestra by Rob Halpner called Similar Differences. Rob was a undergraduate student at the University of North Texas at the same time I attended. I got this score because it was it shared a reading session with one of my pieces, read by the UNT Symphony Orchestra, the student ensemble. And I have a number of scores from these reading sessions, but very few of my colleagues, or very few of these people I went to school with actually got their orchestra pieces recorded and uploaded to their social media, but Robbie actually has this up on his YouTube, so I think I may as well give it a listen. Robbie and I didn't really cross paths that much at UNT because by the time I was teaching composition courses there, he was already in his third year, which mostly consisted of composition private lessons. This piece really encapsulates some cultural things I observed living in Texas, especially among the undergraduate student body, which was this really strong influence of what Robbie is calling here the pageantry arts: drum corps, marching band, indoor percussion. There were a number of students in the composition division in the undergraduate student body who just loved playing in these ensembles. And it was something that was, I was a Canadian in the US, it was pretty foreign to me. I didn't really understand the hype or anything. My background has always been in concert music and composing concert music, like orchestra. Yeah, this piece is trying to do something. I remember in the reading session it was too much music for the session, so I didn't really get a good sense of what it sounded like. So I'm going to give it a shot here. As always, I'm going to try to be positive in my reviews. It's only with the really big composers that I tend to say one or two negative things. So in the post listen today, I'm just going to say what I like about it. The instrumentation that it calls for is 2-2-2-2, 4-3-3-1, timpani, 3 percussions and strings, and of course the 2 solo marimbas. Marimba 1 is a 4.5 octave, Marimba 2 is a 5 octave. There's no, other than the bass trombone, there are no auxiliary winds. There's nothing interesting about this. The percussion list is a bit interesting. Percussion 1 is on bass drum, Glock, snare drum, triangle, cymbals, tam-tam, suspended cymbal, chimes, crotales, vibes, and tubular bells. Percussion 2 is on cymbals, tam-tam, suspended cymbal, bass drum, vibes, tubular bells, wind chimes, Glock, xylophone, triangle. And percussion 3 is on tubular bells, wood blocks, snare drum, tam-tam, suspended cymbal, bass drum, Glock, crotales, vibraphone, xylophone. So I think in a performance, a lot of these percussionists would be switching between instruments and sharing the bass drum amongst the 3 of them. If you had a really big budget, I guess you could give every percussionist their own bass drum, everyone their own vibraphone. But I think in practice, this is just going to be a lot of moving around during the performance. And I'm assuming that these instruments are in order of relevance to the performer. Percussion 1 is playing the most bass drum out of the 3 of them. Percussion 3 is playing the most tubular bells. I'm assuming that's what is going on here. The recording to this is in the video description, and I'll see you in, I'm assuming this is half an hour. Yeah, it's 23 minutes. Okay, so I think this piece definitely does what it sets out to do. There's a lot in there that is borrowing heavily from orchestra tradition. I think a lot of the orchestration is very traditional, as is the sort of 3-movement form that Robbie went with. But at the same time, a lot of the themes and harmonies and just the execution of it would not sound out of place in like what I imagine a marching band setting to be, which I think is sort of what the piece is going for. And good on him for getting this wonderful performance of it with these two soloists. It's a real accomplishment, even in a university like UNT, where there's all these resources for musicians. I mean, I assume he had to pay all these performers, or he had to get all of them to play for free by doing various favors, so it's no small feat. And I guess my favorite moments, I immediately like the second movement better than the first one. I'm a sucker for slow movements, and I liked its little modulation in the middle. It was, even though it might have been a bit corny, I thought it really fit the piece. And I actually really like the third movement even better. Like the theme is really catchy. I like the mixed meter kind of sound it has, and yeah, it's just very sort of infectious. I don't think the piece ever got boring, honestly. It just might not be everyone's cup of tea. It's an interesting kind of ensemble to have two marimbas. It works surprisingly well. Marimba really blends well with the orchestra. It also made me think of like piano concerti, sort of like the range of expression that marimbas have. It's like kind of like a piano, but I guess more limited. They have these sort of like stereotypical chord shapes and ways of playing chords and arpeggiating things. And there's more of a physicality to marimbas. It's a lot more fun to watch people play them. And I was periodically looking back to the video recording just to see them play it, and it's very engaging visually. So that's kind of interesting. There's like because I think in these sort of pageantry arts that Robbie's referring to, like visual presentation is very, very important. Almost as important as the way the music sounds. I should close by saying, like, if you really like this piece, you should just reach out to Robbie and see if he will lend you a PDF of the score, because he's still very early in his career, and it's really unpredictable what composition students end up doing after their undergrad, so I have no idea what Robbie's doing, but if he put this much work into this thing, he probably would really appreciate anybody reaching out. So that's all I'm going to say, and I have a flight to catch, so that's that. Okay, today's piece is Adriana Songs by Kaija Saariaho, and this is our second Saariaho episode. The first one I'll just put below the episode number. This is like 3 art songs for mezzo-soprano and orchestra. The libretto is by Amin Malouf. He has some works of non-fiction like the Crusades Through Arab Eyes. That's probably his best known, I guess. Yeah, he's won all kinds of awards, you can see here. He also has works of fiction, which are influenced by his experiences of civil war and migration from Lebanon to France in the 1970s. He wrote the libretto to some operas. This one by Kaija Saariaho in 2000. This one also by Kaija Saariaho in 2003. This oratorio by Saariaho in 2006, and this monodrama by Saariaho in 2010. And I guess these songs may be extracted from this opera, Adriana Mater. I'm not entirely sure. But I was not aware of this. I knew that Saariaho was very successful in the opera world late in her career. I did not know that she almost exclusively worked with this librettist. But it's interesting to know. Yeah. So Autumn Garden, I Feel Two Hearts, Rages, and then A Life Returned. Commissioned by the Auftakt Festival, Alte Oper Frankfurt, the New York Philharmonic, Lauren Mazel, director, and the Orchestra Sinfonica Nacional de la RAI. First performed in 2006. And it's 20 minutes long. The instrumentation, if you're looking to program this, is 3332 4431. Timpani, 4 percussionists, harp, piano, doubling celesta, and strings. Percussion 1, bowed crotals, snare drum, xylophone, tam-tam, suspended cymbals. Percussion 2, vibe, xylophone, tam-tam. Percussion 3, tubular bells, triangle, 3 suspended cymbals, 3 different sets of chimes, glass, shell, and bell, I guess kind of like wind chimes. Then 3 gongs, snare drum, bass drum, claves, guiro. And percussion 4, they have their own sets of wind chimes, glass and shell. They also have bass drum, tam-tam, triangle, and marimba. So if you think about the pitched percussion, we have like crotals and xylophone for percussion 1, just vibes for percussion 2, tubular bells for percussion 3, and marimba for percussion 4. Then they have all kinds of unpitched percussion as well. We've seen a lot of these cymbals in the Saariaho's other piece we looked at. So she has sort of these stock like notation symbols that are relevant to her style, changing gradually from one sound to another. Let vibrate, I think that's going to be an important one. You have microtonal accidentals. In this case, there's no 3/4 tone sharps or flats. It's just 1/4 tone. And we have this notation for breath note and versus normal tone in the flutes. Brass are always muted, which is an interesting decision. Be liberal with the piano pedaling. Her notation is always very clean. Although on this score, I was scrolling through it yesterday, and there's this weird, like, occasional thing written on it. I guess someone was looking for notation mistakes. It's very weird that someone would do this and not with a pencil. There's literally, like, maybe less than 10 issues. This is the first one I noticed yesterday. It's so small. They wrote poco sforzando in cello 2, and they just wrote sforzando in cello 1. So I am going to leave the link to this recording in the video description. I encourage you to have a listen. That's the whole point here. And if you want to hear my thoughts, just keep the video rolling through this brief transition. Okay, yeah, these are pretty good. If you like Saariaho's music, even her earlier music, I think you would find this song cycle interesting. The fourth movement isn't a song at all. It's just an instrumental, the third movement, not the fourth movement. The third movement is just instrumental, and there's pretty significant stretches of music without the singer throughout the piece. But that's nothing new for this sort of format of classical music. I think it's totally appropriate to have the orchestra have their moments. There's nothing particularly original about the relationship between the singer and the orchestra. It's very traditional feeling, and a lot of it I was kind of wondering like how spectral it actually was, like how much of spectralism actually influences this later style of Saariaho's music, because it all feels very intuitively written. It doesn't seem like anything was very rigorously planned. There's like textural moments, but she'll like throw in something more melodic to capture the audience's attention on top of those moments, and usually repeat the same motive like in a different instrument after, echoing it. And yeah, it just feels very motivic. The writing looks very square on the page, and you can hear sort of things that are reminiscent of spectralism, but wouldn't be out of place in like a piece by Ligeti. So yeah, it's sort of, I guess that's why she's considered a post-spectralist, is it's kind of hard to say what their relationship is at a certain point. A lot of the moments in this, it just sounded like very colorful, unique sounding, like high romantic or to modernist kind of music. The second movement was my favorite. I think the little two-note motive was really memorable, and it had like a nice narrative arc to it, the second movement, which I can still kind of hold in my memory after hearing the whole piece. So yeah, that's Adriana songs, and happy listening in the meantime. I might not make as many videos this week because I am at a conference, and I'm currently in a dorm room, which eventually one or two other people will move in over the course of the week, so I may not actually have the space to do this, but I have a pretty big backlog, like maybe a month of videos, so I'll just keep uploading, but I might not get to the next listening session until a week from now. Okay, so today I'm going to spend about half an hour listening to this piece by Simon Steen-Andersen. It's his piano concerto from 2014. I believe the pianist is also playing sampler, and there's a video component to the piece. I've never listened to it before. I think I got the score from some sort of composer Discord group that I was in, and I think that listening group covered it, but I didn't really go to the session, so this will be my first time listening. We've looked at one other piece by the composer, and in that episode I cover his biography, episode number below. And yeah, I guess I'll just go over the instrumentation and read this little blurb off of his website. So if we look at the far left here, it looks like the instrumentation is 3-3-3-3, so triple winds, and then 4-3-3-1, so very, very typical brass size. 4 percussionists. Might be hard to get a percussion list for this one. Then harp, sampler, which I think will also double as the piano part, and strings. And the auxiliary winds, you might have picked up on them, although this is a very low resolution score, but at least at the start of the piece we got an alto flute and a piccolo, an English horn, an E-flat clarinet and a bass clarinet and a contra bassoon, a piccolo trumpet, and also a trumpet in C as well as a trumpet in B flat. So that's kind of weird. Looks like there's no bass trombone, but it's possible that the third doubles on bass. So that's about what you need to program this, as far as I can tell here. And I think I saw a little note there about requiring at least one 5-string bass for the low C, so there you go. So the premiere was October 19th, 2014, with Nicholas Hodges and the SWR Orchestra in Donaueschingen, Germany, and then we have like another German performance, then Luxembourg, 2 more German performances, Denmark, Estonia, Sweden, and a whole bunch of other German performances, etc. And the most recent performance was December of last year in Ukraine, in Kiev. So it's a virtual double concerto between a classical grand, which is physically on stage, and then a battered, almost completely broken grand piano, which I guess is the video component. So there's some sort of like doppelganger. Pretty interesting idea conceptually. Here's a nice still of it. You have this projected pianist on a piano-shaped cutout facing the actual pianist, and then you have a widescreen at the back. It looks like it's actually in front of the brass and percussion, or some of the brass and percussion. And it's still of a grand piano being dropped onto a concrete floor. I don't know what else to say about it. I'll reserve my excitement for the reaction portion of the video. If you want to watch this video, for your convenience, I've put the link in the video description here. And yeah, hopefully this will be a positive experience for all of us. Okay, so I found this piece quite fun and also quite funny. I think you do have to watch the video to get the full experience. Looking at the score was kind of interesting. Like, it led to some interesting discoveries. Obviously, the sampler and the pre-recorded piano stuff is just notated conventionally, like the keys that are being played, but there's very little relationship between what you see on the score and what you actually end up hearing or seeing in the case of the video on stage. And I think that's kind of fun. It's very apparent in the cadenza that from the score that the pre-recorded piano is playing this piece of romantic music, and it's not quite audible, obviously, in the performance because of how damaged the piano is. But it's like you can get a good shot of. There's like a nice shot of the performer playing it at the keyboard, so it sort of does the same thing as what the score does. As an audio-visual piece, I think it's very interesting. It's a bit long for the content, maybe, in terms of like an audio-visual piece, but it's also a very just like good, interesting sounding like orchestra piece. So it sort of has this like double function, I think. And yeah, my favorite moment, maybe this was your favorite moment too, was when the video of the piano falling came back, and it turned into this little like dance where it was just like barely touching the ground. You like barely get the beginning of the sound of it hitting the surface, and it looked like it was dancing, like its little legs were bending, and it was really, really bizarre and absurd. And I thought that was like not something I would have thought of, but it is very funny, and I think says a lot about the personality of Simon Steen-Andersen. And yeah, it's like it's sort of a healthy balance of like theatricality and then this like modernist kind of sensibility. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. We're going to be looking at some Beat Führer, his piano concerto, in a couple days. And until then, happy listening. Today we're going to be listening to another piece by Austrian composer Beat Führer. It's his piano concerto from 2007. And this is a Baron Reiter score. The instrumentation for the orchestra is 2132 plus a saxophone, and then 2220 for the brass, accordion, 3 percussionists, strings, and I guess the piano is also listed in here. Let's see. So the doublings for the winds. You're going to need 2 piccolos for your flutes. And then you're going to need 2 bass clarinets for clarinets 2 and 3. The saxophone is a tenor saxophone, and your second bassoon is going to also be on contrabassoon. Again, handwritten score is by the composer himself, and it looks like we start with a lot of little swells all over the ensemble, from between triple pianissimo and mezzo forte. I guess the loud things in this texture are going to be the piano, maybe? Yeah, it's going to be the piano and some of the percussion sounds. And the first violin and second violin are actually quite loud. But yeah, all the winds are super quiet. Yeah, I can't find a lot of... I can't find a strong program note for it through Google. But, there's like a discussion on r/classical music, if that so interests you. Although I imagine all of these people find it very challenging to listen to because, this is not a contemporary music subreddit. If you want Beat Führer's bio, I covered it months and months ago on this episode. And I should have a whole playlist of Beat Führer if you're so interested at this point. I think we've done this might be the 5th or 6th piece of his that we've listened to. So... I didn't get this score a long time ago. I got it through a Discord group, maybe sometime late last year. So I've never really taken the time to listen to it. I'll let you know my thoughts. The link to the recording is in the video description. Okay, yeah, this is a great piece. I really enjoyed listening through it. I think it's very energetic and more accessible than most of the other Beat Führer we've looked at so far. And it was a good mix of ideas. I wasn't expecting these really simple ideas, like a ascending line kind of taking over the piece. And it has this way of sort of incrementally focusing in on different ideas and textures, and it's very easy to get lost in it and sort of imagining yourself imagining something revealing itself to you in stages kind of thing. The inclusion, so actually there's a second piano in addition to the soloist in the pit of the orchestra, and I thought that was a really fascinating inclusion, and it kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that in a piano concerto, and they take on this dual role with this one particular gesture where they both have these ascending lines of chords together, and then the two pianos, once they've slowed down, sort of just hawk at one another. You can hear I imagine live you could hear this sort of spatialization of a piano, which is very, very weird idea. I also liked the one of the first things that my ears latched onto was this emergence of a really high piano note, which is responding to super high pizzicato in the violins, and this is coming out of a completely different texture. So oftentimes the two pianos are participating in different textures at the same time, and it's an interesting sort of use of the piano's different registers to contribute to different textures, I think, is my takeaway. Yeah, the comments are all pretty positive. I think this is not a well-known piece, so the only people finding it and listening to it are people who are already fans of Beat Führer's work. It's an incredible performance, and I did enjoy the perusal today. So that's it for that one. I think we're still going to continue with the piano concerti It might be. I have like this very short movement of a Rautavaara piano concerto from like an orchestration class, I think, that I did in my master's. So that might not be enough to constitute a whole listening session. If it's not enough, we're just gonna move on to the this Morton Feldman piece instead. So yeah, that's the plan. So today I'm going to be listening to a piece by Morton Feldman from 1975. It's called Piano and Orchestra. If you're not familiar, Feldman is a American composer who's part of the, I guess, New York school, along with John Cage and Earl Brown. And I'm blanking on the fourth member, but what you need to know about him basically is his music took on a very idiosyncratic style where his pieces became very quiet and of extended duration with lots of like a liberal use of silences. But if you want to think about his sort of like goals, he is trying to make like basically abstract expressionist music, right? So abstract expressionism was a huge thing in the visual arts in America, and expressionist music is like Webern, Schoenberg, etc. So you can think of his scores kind of like, and this score in particular is kind of like Webern, but even more abstract and less tied to tradition. Hence, it's like very pointillistic. The orchestra is 4-4-4-4, so quite large. The brass is 2-3-3-1, a bit more conservative. And then, in addition to the solo piano, there is a pianist in the orchestra doubling on celesta. There's a harpist, and there's two percussionists and strings. Percussion 1 is on triangles, Glock, chimes, maracas, vibes, crotales, cymbal, gong, marimba, tenor drum, and woodblock. And percussion 2 is the timpanist. They also have a marimba part, their own set of triangles, bass drum, glockenspiel, cymbal. A bit more info on Feldman. So he died in 1987, quite young, born in 1926. So he was, I think John Cage may have been like 8 to 10 years older than him. I guess, yes, I should mention that he's famous for these grid paper pieces, which are indeterminate pieces. Most of them are for solo instruments. So that was a big thing in his work before he started more traditionally notating for musicians. He has a huge body of piano work, actually. So once we get into the piano, like solo piano repertoire, that's where we're going to look at a lot more of his scores. He was born in Queens. His parents were Russian Jews who immigrated to New York in 1910. His first composition teachers were Wallingford Reiger, Schoenbergian. Interesting. I'm not familiar with this guy, but he must have been one of the original Schoenberg adoptees. And, yeah, there's a direct connection from Webern through this teacher to Feldman, so that's kind of cool. I guess this seems a bit mythological, but apparently he met John Cage at a premiere of one of Webern's orchestra pieces, and they quickly became friends over this. And through Cage, he met many visual artists in New York and composers such as Henry Cowell. With Cage's encouragement, I guess he began to explore, this music that, in, I guess, their minds had no relation to the past. But I mean, let's be real. This is still classical music, and the influence of Webern is very obvious. A lot of Feldman's pieces are like extremely long, like upwards of 3 hours. However, this piece is only 19 minutes or 20 minutes, so it's actually a little bit easier to chew on. I think it's a good introduction to his music, because it's a good length. Let's find out who this dedicatee is and then get into the listening. Okay, so it's dedicated to this pianist who I'm assuming premiered the work. Okay, so the link to the recording's in the video description, and I'll see you in 20 minutes. Okay, yeah, so this was an interesting listen. It sort of reminds me of his middle period stuff. It doesn't sound like the stuff he wrote in the 80s, which is a bit more like confined and restrained. Here we get like some nice like loud moments, and we have some like textural moments in between the more silence dominated kind of moments. And yeah, I'd compare it to like he has a piece for like bass clarinet and 2 percussionists, and he has another piece for like 3 clarinets, cello, and piano or something like that, and Rothko Chapel maybe. So like that's sort of like point in his career. I may just be like making this up. When were these composed? Yeah, I guess the bass clarinet and percussion piece is a little bit later, but the other 2 pieces I mentioned are both 71 and this is 75. So yeah, that's the sort of it's like a sort of transitional period, I think, where he's like notating what used to be his grid paper kind of works, but he hasn't settled into this like long form, ultra quiet, like extreme style. There's some interesting like recurring ideas that keep coming back, like the D flat that is like played on the piano and cut off like either a 30-second rest or like a 16th rest. That was a cool idea. This idea of like the strings playing together in these clusters on like the end of a triplet, which is it's actually at the very end of the piece here, but it's occurs throughout the score, and I think it's a really big moment when it happens for the first time. What makes it stand out is that they're long stretches of music where the strings are just repeating the same chords with a couple notes changed here and there in the lower voices. It's got a little bit of a ABA form, I think, in the way that these things return and come back. And in between all that, there's this very sort of episodic nature. Like, there's this episodic nature to it where ideas will kind of just come and go. And the one thing unifying all of it is just this constant dissonance, which is not exactly serial the way Webern would do it. I think it's more like just Feldman is playing with these clusters, almost like these sets of like semitones spread out over the ensemble. I think my first Feldman piece that I ever listened to was Rothko Chapel, which is around this time, I think, and it's similarly accessible. So that's it for our piano concerto section of the orchestra series. Actually, we might have one Messiaen piece that's kind of piano and orchestra, but with a lot of other percussion soloists. So maybe I'll do that next. Regardless, thanks for tuning in and happy listening. Today's piece is From the Canyons to the Stars, ... by Olivier Messiaen, French composer. This is our 4th Messiaen piece, I believe. And it's for orchestra and 4 soloists, piano, horn, Xylorimba, and Glockenspiel. Yeah, it's 12 movements. The score I have here is just for movements 8 through 11, so that's what I'm going to be listening to. Movements 4 and 9 are for solo piano, and movement 6 is for solo horn. A little bit of background on the piece. So Messiaen was commissioned to do this piece by for performance at the Lincoln Center. Yeah, and his second wife, Yvonne, premiered it along with Sharon Moe on horn, and it was conducted by Frederick Waldman. It's inspired by Messiaen's visit to Utah and his observations of the Grand Canyon, I think. Or, no, it's Bryce Canyon. But, yeah, that's sort of the inspiration for the piece. Messiaen, of course, is famous for his transcriptions of birdsong and his, like, sort of deeply Catholic, religious, focus on the natural world and nature. At least that's what he was very much interested in the second half of his career. The instrumentation on this thing, I think it's got reduced strings and extra percussion. Oh, actually, it says in the Wikipedia here, 4343, 2330, 5 percussionists, and then strings. And that's in addition to the 4 soloists, obviously. If you are so inclined, feel free to listen to the whole piece. You can see it's kind of in a symmetrical configuration. The second part, movements 6 and 7, are like the heart of the piece. We're listening to the following 4 movements in the later like third part. So, yeah, that's that. Recording is in the video description. Okay, yeah, so this might be one of my favorite Messiaen listening sessions so far. I actually think it is my favorite because I wasn't familiar with this piece at all, and these 4 movements at least were really engaging and interesting, and there's like these definite like major chord moments and like catchy melodies that kind of reminded me of Tarangalila Symphony, without it being too like overly orchestrated or heavy, and the interplay of the soloists with the orchestra is a bit more interesting and fresh, and there's more of a back and forth than a lot of movements in Tarangalila. I thought it was interesting how different the birdsong sounded from some of Messiaen's other pieces, like Réveil des Oiseaux, which is an older piece, but the birds in the south of France, I think he treats very differently than these American birds, which he observed. And it could just be like the setting that they're in and the space that Messiaen was exploring in nature, but it's just treated very differently, and it's kind of fascinating. There's something sort of like American about it. I think my favorite might have been movement 9. Or, no, movement 10. Movement 9 was the piano solo, which was interesting because it's quite extensive. I think it's the longest of the 4. Movement 9 is cool. Movement 10, I think, is a bit more fun. It's like the lightest of the 4. And it's the one with a lot of wind machine in it. It has this like weird theme that keeps coming back, which is just like a C major chord that's arpeggiated. It kind of reminded me of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So that was kind of fun. And yeah, I just felt like movement 8 was a great sort of introductory thing, and it was very hypnotic. Movement 11 had a catchy like opening, but it sort of got into the more complicated territory where it's bringing back themes from other movements, and it has a long solo piano section which doesn't quite fit with everything around it. So that's getting onto the heavier side, but I think this 10th one was my favorite. So, yeah, that's my thoughts, and another entry into the Messiaen series, I guess, or Messiaen playlist, you could say. Today I'm going to listen to Claude Vivier's piece Lonely Child, which is for soprano and orchestra. Vivier is a Canadian composer, and this was first performed by the Orchestra of Radio Canada Vancouver. And Vivier wrote his own texts for this piece. It's double winds. The brass is just 2000. It's unclear here how many percussionists, but the instruments are a rin, a gong, tam-tam, bass drum, brake drums, vibraphone, and tubular bells. The recommended number of strings is 65432. We have a little bit of a legend here for the extended techniques. So he has a breath mark with a slash, just means like I guess an audible breathing, or a rhythmic breathing. He has a artificial harmonic that's undefined, I guess, and uneven tremolo, quarter tone accidentals, nothing out of the ordinary there, and then some different glissandi. This sort of he likes these crescendi and diminuendi that have like an outburst at one end. The voice has a lot of interesting trills. So I'm sure you'll recognize these in the performance. It's one of the more memorable things about this piece. So Vivier lived a very short life and died in 1983. Considering how young he was when he died, it's actually quite a large number of works. He was pretty productive, I would say, during his short career. So it was about 50 works. He studied with Gilles Tremblay in Montreal at the Montreal Conservatory, and he received an award from the Canada Council for the Arts in 1971, then left to study in Europe at the Institute of Sonology, Utrecht, with Gottfried Michael Koenig, then at the aforementioned time with Stockhausen in Cologne. Yeah, he developed sort of this highly personalized language, which has since been praised in Canada, mostly in Montreal. I think almost all of his Canadian performances are in Montreal. I've seen Orion live. I think I've also seen Zipangu live. That's more of a chamber work. I haven't had the opportunity. Maybe I have seen this one. The only time I've heard Vivier's work live is in the context of Esprit Orchestra concerts in Toronto. And the Esprit Orchestra did do The Lonely Child, but just this past year I wasn't able to see it. So, Vivier is also known as a spectral composer somewhat, and I think it's not really mentioned here, but yeah, he is known for using spectral techniques in his own way. He has a very strong influence of gamelan music in his later work. I believe he's did a sort of ethnomusicology personal retreat of some sort and studied gamelan, so that's a really big thing in his work. Yeah, so anecdotally, his career in Canada was 5 years long or so, and he had his retreat to study gamelan during that same period, and shortly before he died, he moved to Paris to try and expand his career, which actually this is the trajectory of a lot of Canadian composers. And I like this sentence where It says he had exhausted all the orchestras and ensembles he could possibly have been commissioned from in Canada, which is like very very real. I mean, I don't know of any. Don't really know of any Canadian composers who continue to be successful past 5 years. I mean, almost all of them either move to Europe or get a university job and essentially like don't get the same commissions anymore. Hopefully you enjoy the piece. I've put the recording or a link to it in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think about this piece after listening to it today. Okay, so this is a really nice score to look at. It's like really a pleasure. I forgot that the score I have has lots of conductor's notes in it, so you can see all kinds of things that had to be worked out in rehearsal. In a lot of ways this piece reminds me of Messiaen. It's very like sort of segmented, and there's a lot of like this sort of additive rhythm thing to it. It's all very slow and obviously like homophonic throughout, and that's sort of, or homorhythmic, and that's sort of what makes it interesting. It really forces you to focus on the harmonies. A lot of Vivier's scores do this, where he has these really dense harmonies around like a melodic line, and each note of the melodic line gets a different harmony, and he'll usually play with like 2 or 3 notes of melody at a time. So if you're playing in these big chords, as a ensemble member, you only have to know your 2 or 3 notes which are participating, and it keeps everybody sort of in their own little lane, and it makes the piece a lot easier to play. So that's one thing that I noticed this time listening through. I thought it was really cool. There's like these 3 interludes with 2 of them with like a harmonic series. There's like the bass solo one, and there's also the one with like the whole ensemble kind of starting with the horns. And then there's also a bass drum harmonic series almost, where the pauses between each bass drum hit are like intervallically arranged in a harmonic series, you could say, right? Like one is 10 beats long, another is 9 beats long, 8/7, 6/5, etc. So I thought that was kind of a fun idea. There's like this sort of parallel between pitch and rhythm made very clearly with these sort of ideas. I swear I've heard this live. I remember hearing that bass solo. Yeah, I did see it because it was in 2016. And this was played paired with an Armory Schaefer piece. I wasn't hallucinating. I did see this piece live. Yeah, and I guess it left an impression because I now have the score. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece by Italian composer Pierluigi Bione. It's called Bocca Cosmoi, and it's for trombone, soprano, and orchestra. And the score here starts with this percussion list. I'll get back to that in a second. 3/3. 0-3-3-3. There's no flutes, and then 4-2-3-0 for the brass, celesta, percussion, and strings. There's 4 percussionists. So let's see here. Okay, so here's the percussion list. I'm gonna go back and forth here a bit translating. So tubular bells from C to G, 5 ordinary bells tuned to C sharp 3, A3, D3, G3, and A flat 3. And this is the assignment to each of the 4 percussionists. So percussion 1 has 2 of them. The other 3 percussionists have 1 of them. Then there's 2 pitched gongs on E and F. A marimba, it needs to have the low F. 4 pitched wood blocks, On F4, G flat 4, F4, and G flat 4, assigned to the 4 percussionists. Then 2 large tam-tams and 3 thunder sheets. These should be 1 by 2 meters in dimensions and 0.6 millimeters thick. And then 3 bass drums, and then 2 large glasses. I'm assuming like wine glasses. Then the implements for these things, we need 4 small Super Ball mallets, 2 large Super Ball mallets, a hammer for the tubular bells, 3 contrabass bows for bowing probably the tam-tams and the thunder sheets, then 6, I guess, wooden headed mallets, like for the wood blocks and marimba, etc. We have glissandi on the tubular bells, bowing the side of the tam-tam, Super Ball around the tam-tam, striking the bass drum, it looks like with one mallet resting, striking the head of the mallet with the other mallet. This is on the surface of the bass drum. Scraping the wood block along the tone hole, maybe like hitting it like back and forth inside. And you can see here in this diagram that the thunder sheet has to be bent at almost a 90-degree angle and suspended on 2 ends. So there's techniques related to that. I'm sure it changes the sound dramatically as well. Bowing the bottom end on the side, bowing the bottom end on the front. Play like hitting it with mallets on the larger face and on the lower face, and I guess hitting it on the edge, playing with the Super Ball along the surface of it on the inside, and moving it in like figure 8 kind of motions on the larger face. Then I think for the singer, we have a bunch of things as well. They need a microphone. There's a symbol for clapping their hands. Breathing in and out, audible, obviously. And different types of voicings, it looks like. And the range of the soprano is from E3 to F5. So it doesn't actually get very high. There's some trombone stuff. Plunger, wah-wah. There's cymbals for both. Muted, half muted, off. Alternating, muted, unmuted. And I guess these cymbals are used sort of like note heads. And the strings have all these kinds of things. So I don't think I totally have time to get into all of this, but this is sort of very typical of Bione. He's not like Lockenman per se, but he is very particular about getting after these certain sounds that instruments can make. This is like a whole page devoted to bassoon multiphonics and how they're notated, and it's pretty intense. Let's just get into it. I'm excited to look at it with the score. Hopefully this, just seeing glimpses of it here, inspires you to find it for yourself. The link to the recording is in the video description, as always. This was a really fantastic listen, and I haven't listened to this in a really long time, and I remember feeling really inspired the one other time I listened to it years and years ago. But my memory was really foggy. Like, I think back then I could only hear so much, so I sort of just remembered the general sound of it, and I felt like there was a lot of repetition of similar gestures, but there's really nothing repetitive about it, at least on this listen. It just felt like this constantly evolving organic kind of thing, and every moment was just like just really hit one after another. Like the first trombone solo, the first big voice solo moment, like the big bassoon moment before the first trombone solo, the woodblock moment, the voice solo at the end here that turns into clapping. Like, yeah, it just hits and hits and hits. All these amazing moments. And just taking the time to look at the instrumentation the way I did today really made this feel special because I had all these sounds in my mind and then I heard them all come together, and it was really incredible. There's something very complex about the sound of like a bell plate or a tam tam or a thunder sheet because they don't, like a string only vibrates mostly in one axis, whereas a two-dimensional surface, it's like not so complicated that it's just noise, but it's much more complicated. There's like more different ways, modes of vibration, ways in which it can vibrate, and it really just worked. It set the whole tone for the piece. Bione is known for works which try to reinvent the performance techniques of the instruments involved, and he's been performed by Klangforum Vienne, Ensemble Intercontemporain, Ensemble Moderne, Ensemble Research. He's associated with conductor Emilio Pomarico and percussionists Christian Dierstein and Adam Weissman, bassoonist Lorelei Dowling. I have 4 or 5 of his solo bassoon scores. Violist Barbara Maurer, clarinetist Stump Lindstrom, and the singers Frank Werner and Alda Caiello. So a lot of solo works probably, but this is a good example of one of his larger ensemble pieces. But I think all of his pieces, it's not a big list, you know. The most recent one was for percussion and 6 instruments. And in 2007 he only wrote this piece and a piece for spring drum, right? So his pieces are like very monumentally sized. He only does about 1 of them a year, maybe 2, and they're all like, at least 20 minutes long. So very serious, like kind of approach to composing. Anyways, that's our first Bione episode. And until next time, happy listening. Today I'm going to be listening to Messi Mazzoli's Violin Concerto from 2022. This piece was commissioned by a number of organizations that are right here on the front page: the National Symphony Orchestra, Cincinnati Symphony Orchestra, and BBC Radio 3. And this score is published by Schirmer. And the ensemble is very lean, actually. It's double winds, 4-2-2-1, 2 percussionists, harp, and strings. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece for voice and orchestra by Gustav Mahler, his Kindertotenlieder. And currently my laptop is not booting up, so I'm going to be recording this from my phone today. I'll try to keep it short. Hopefully the problem doesn't persist because I don't have a lot of physical scores to go through in the series, but this is one of them. This is a Kalmus miniature score. It doesn't have a lot of front matter, unfortunately. There's no instrumentation page. There's just the names of the 5 movements, and then it goes straight into the score. Now, so from what I can discern, the instrumentation is 2232, 2000, harp, percussion, and strings. You see if there's more brass that comes in later. Actually, there's 4 horns in the 5th movement. But let me go through each movement, actually, for the instrumentation. So, Movement 1, the instrumentation is what I described. There's a bass clarinet. Both the other clarinets are in B flat. And there's the major percussion part is bells. Now, the second movement, there are 2 clarinets in A. There's no third one. And there's a timpani part. And only 1 horn part. So that's the big difference there. All the strings are muted in the second movement, at least at the start. Third movement has English horn. The second oboe is doubling. And the second clarinet is doubling on bass. Nothing weird there. Movement 4, similarly, is just very normal. And number 5, the 2 clarinets are in A. There's actually a third, turns out there is a third oboe part. So there are 2 oboes plus English horn. There's actually a third flute part in the 5th movement. There's 2 flutes and piccolo. And there's a third bassoon part. Contrabassoon in addition to 2 bassoons. So scratch what I said before. It's actually triple winds. But yeah, there's not a lot of brass here. And the 5th movement has a bass clarinet in A and 2 clarinets in A, which is kind of interesting. You don't see a lot of bass clarinet in A in a lot of scores. This is one of them. As for the program note on this thing, I think Mahler wrote this obviously on the topic of children dying when he lost one of his own children, and musicologists have talked about this a lot, like this sort of like contrast between childhood and death in not only Mahler's music but his personal life. And I think it's a fascinating topic. From what I remember, these 5 songs are very beautiful, and I'll put a link to the recording in the video description today, and I'll let you know what I think on the listen today. This is barely 20th century music. It's like very early 20th century, but I'm excited to revisit it. Okay, so my thoughts on these. They're very emotional works. I don't know if it's just because my laptop's dying and I'm hungover or what, but yeah, I was like tearing up a little bit listening to some of these, even though I'm just an English speaker. I don't really know the text that well. It's yeah, really powerful. I'm sure in the wrong hands you could have a really ineffective performance of it, just because the part writing is very dense at times. You have to have a really good understanding of what to bring out. There's a lot of 3-part textures and things. The first movement I think is the most iconic. It's the one I think of when I listen to this, because the oboe line and the oboe and horn stuff that keeps coming back. And what I find really interesting about the first movement is you don't really get the full strings until the end. You don't get a typical orchestra sound until the end of the first movement, and it's a real moment. And I kind of like that idea. And yeah, the 5th movement kind of caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting something faster, and it's a lot heavier forces. It sounds a little bit, at least in the performance I listened to, it's a bit noisy. It's actually quite hard to hear what's going on. More interesting than a lot of his symphonies, in my opinion. And yeah, they're just my favorite, hence why I have the score. Today's piece is a work for violin and orchestra by Javier Torres Maldonado, and it's a short piece. It's about 12 minutes long. I don't have my laptop today, but I printed off the score here. So I'll just switch camera angles and we'll get right into it. There's a lot I've done a lot of episodes on Maldonado's music already, so I'm just gonna put a brief title card here listing their numbers. So if you ever have to do a score study on paper like this, I highly recommend printing your PDFs 4 pages to a page. The score is about 39 pages long, and I have it on 5 pages of letter, double-sided. And if you're just casually listening to a piece with the score, this is all you really need. You don't need to see every detail of the score, and you just need to be able to sort of like get a general sense of what's going on, I think. Let's take some time to get to know the front matter here. So it's titled Obscuro Etiantum Lumine. The orchestra is divided into 3 subgroups, which I guess are going to be spatialized on stage. Let's get to know the groups here. So to get a sense of the forces, group 1 is 1-1-1-1, 3-1, 4-0, and then 1 percussionist and harp. So that's the first group. The second group is going to be 2-2-2-2, 5-2-2-1, 2 percussionists, and celesta. And then the third group is going to have all the strings. It looks like there's no violins in the string section. It's just violas, cellos, basses. And I don't see violins anywhere else in the groups, so that's kind of interesting. The third group is just strings and the third percussionist. So yeah, I think I may have said there were 2 percussionists in group B. It's just the second percussionist is in group B. There's some observations. So I guess these are like performance notes. And then you have the duration there. It's 10 minutes. Here's the occasion for which it was composed. And there is a diagram of how everything should be set up on stage. Group C is sort of in the middle here with the 1 percussionist at the back and then the strings in front. Group A is to one side and Group B is to the other side. In both cases, the brass are at the back, then some winds, and then the 2 percussionists. I'm noticing now that there may only be double winds, and I think I was misreading the instrumentation list. He wasn't listing the number of each instrument. It was more just like the instrument number. So there are only 4 horns, and 2 trumpets, 3 trombones, tuba. So it's actually, very standard orchestra. Harp and celesta are flanking the strings at the very front. And then, of course, the violin solo is next to the conductor. To give you a sense, this is what the first page looks like. There's group 1, group 2, the soloist, and group 3 at the bottom. Okay, so the recording, which is going to be a SoundCloud recording today, is in the video description. And stick around for a few seconds, and I'll talk about my thoughts on this piece. Okay, so my thoughts on this one, I think it was very listenable and light, especially compared to a lot of other pieces of Maldonado's that we've looked at. It had this sort of like cloud-like quality where a lot of these harmonies and dense pitch structures sort of just hung in the air and moved quite slowly, and it was split up into 4 movements, but it was difficult to tell where one movement ended and another began. It was very like kind of seamlessly composed out, and I think it was just very pleasant and nothing overstayed its welcome. And I think part of that what made it so engaging was the solo violin part that sort of contextualized the whole narrative. There's lots of like repeated stuff, jeté ideas, these pizzicato ideas. The open strings had a certain importance in the work overall. And I guess the thing that sort of separated each movement from the next was the type of techniques that the violinist was using. So if you were really focused on the soloist, it did have this like kind of form. But then the form of everything in the background was a little bit more nebulous and slowly evolving. So yeah, very cool little piece. I'm excited to get into more violin and orchestra stuff. I think this is a really nice complement to the 3 or 4 other pieces that we're looking at. So next I think is Gubaidulina, and that'll be in a couple days. Alright, so today's piece is going to be Offertorium by Sofia Gubaidulina. This is a late Soviet Russian composer. This piece is from the 80s. It's like very end of the Soviet Union. And it's a violin concerto, and actually it was Gubaidulina's first big break. So it's a good opportunity to get to know her music. She was already a mature composer at this point, so this isn't like her early style or anything. This is just how she got her big break. The violinist Gidon Kramer started premiering it outside of the Soviet Union, and it drew a lot of attention to her music. So, yeah, I don't have much else to say about it as an introduction, but we'll get into the score a bit. I'll talk a bit about the instrumentation and how the piece is broken up, and then we'll get listening. I'll link a video in the description today that is a score video, so you can get sort of a sense of what I'm doing here. All right, so this is the title page and the instrumentation page, which also contains some performance notes. If we look through the instrumentation list here, it looks like it is 3230, 3331, timpani, 5 percussionists, celesta, 2 harps, piano, and strings. The recommended strings is 16, 14, 12, 10, 8. Most of these performance notes are like feathered beams and different types of beams that I think are going to indicate free rhythmic execution of passages. And then we have 3 different sizes of fermata, 2 different sizes of breath mark, and a sign that looks like it's going to mean like repetition of a larger section. So definitely some little aleatoric things. The piece opens with Bach's musical offering, I believe, and it's orchestrated in this pointillistic manner, kind of reminiscent of Anton Webern. For 2 flutes, 2 bassoons. That's weird. There's no bassoons listed on the instrumentation page, but whatever. And then the 3 horns, 3 trumpets, 3 trombones. And yeah, I believe that this theme keeps recurring over and over again, but it sort of breaks down slowly. Notes are removed each time it comes back, and then it becomes a bit chaotic. I can't remember how it ends exactly, but I haven't listened to it in a long time. I'm looking forward to getting to know it. I think I printed this score wrong. I'm going to have to be flipping it on the short edge. But yeah, not much else to say. And I'll see you in half an hour. I'll let you know my thoughts. Okay, yeah, so my thoughts on this one. It's a very interesting piece. It has a lot of very beautiful moments. It's a bit on the longer side. I found it a bit... It took a lot out of me to listen to it today. Just clearly, Gubaidulina is like a very skilled composer, she could spin out any idea for as long as she wants, kind of thing. And a lot of these longer sections are very much like a flex, in my opinion. She has like very contrasting ideas, but then she also has these longer sections, like the ending, for example, where one idea is just drawn out and it's like a very slow build. I have not really studied her work before, but I do think that proportion must play some sort of role in it. Like there must be some sort of design behind it. But I think it's also very intuitive and probably has some sort of spiritual place for the composer. Like Schnittke's later work also is spiritual, but he wasn't always spiritual, right? A lot of Schnittke's early works are like more formal, but Goodbye to Lena, while she is mixing genres, kind of like Alfred Schnittke with this piece, I don't think anywhere in her career was she just more of a formalist. I think she's always been spiritual, and you can kind of tell like there's something about this that is like unwaveringly like intuitive, and there's like some sort of meaning there, you know. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I wanted to do this post listen in 1 minute today, but it's more like 2.5. But oh well. Next up, I think we have one more violin concerto, and then we're almost nearing the end here of the series. It's just like opera stuff after that. So yeah, this is a good addition for sure. So today's piece is the Violin Concerto in D major by Erich Wolfgang Korngold. It's a piece from the 1930s. Korngold is a Austrian-American composer. He moved to America at some point during World War II, and he's probably the most famous like Hollywood composer of that era, and had a lot of success with his concert music, considering that he made most of his income from Hollywood films. So why do I have this score? I think during an orchestration class in my master's, one of my colleagues was interested in it. And there was one week where we all picked a concerto to talk about. I think I picked like Henri Dutilleux's cello concerto, and then one of my colleagues picked the Korngold violin concerto, which was like the oldest piece that anyone picked that week. So yeah, I'll show you a little bit of the score here. I just have it printed up today. It's a study score by Eulenberg, these yellow ones. It's his Opus 35. It's in 3 movements. Moderato nobile, romance / andante, and then the finale, Allegro assai vivace. And the instrumentation, it looks like 2-2-3-2, then 4-2-1-0. Timpani, percussion, harp, celesta, and strings. Aside from the celesta, it's a very lean orchestra. The 2 trumpets are in B flat, 3rd clarinet is on bass, 2nd oboe doubling English horn, 2nd flute doubling piccolo, 2nd bassoon doubling contra. The percussion list is very conservative, just cymbal, gong, bass drum. And then for the pitch percussion, tubular bells, Glock, xylophone, vibes. Not sure how many percussionists. First page of the score looks like this, and the second page looks like that. You can see that it opens with this sweeping gesture in the violin that's doubled by some clarinets, and there's a nice big harp chord along with the strings, pizzicato at the start. Seems to start quite quiet, actually. The recording to this is going to be in the video description, as always, and I'll see you in half an hour to let you know my thoughts. All right, so I'm pretty happy that we got to use this piece to conclude our violin concerti portion because it's a very stereotypical concerto fare. Um, the only thing that sort of sticks out is the sort of like mixed uh, tonality stuff, the chromatic inflections, and sort of modal ideas behind the themes, which make it sound kind of more like Hollywood esque. And the orchestration is very sparkly, obviously, and the use of register is very stratospheric, like it's very high violin writing most of the time. I liked the use of vibraphone and celesta in the second movement. I think it's kind of an interesting example of early vibraphone orchestral writing, because this would have been in like the 1930s when the vibes were maybe more thought of as a jazz instrument. Yeah, I mean, very luscious orchestration. Clearly, Korngold has worked with a lot of orchestras and has sort of mastered this sort of Hollywood sound, which I've seen students try to imitate before, and obviously people really gravitate towards the loud, full brass moments. But I found this to be quite reserved most of the time, and I think very good use of pacing with the orchestra. Like he really saves those big moments for the ends of movements or nearing the ends of movements. It's not bashing you over the head with loud stuff um, from start to finish or anything. And that could be something to learn from glancing through the score. There's a lot of really sparse moments actually, and sort of like a cadenza-ish moment in the first movement where the violinist is by themselves for a little while. Next, we're going to listen to some Schoenberg, I think, with Evartung. And yeah, that might be our first Schoenberg piece. Is next. Um, is going to be the next episode. All right, so today's piece is Evartung by Arnold Schoenberg. It's a piece from 1923, and this publication is from 1950. It says Opus 17. It's a monodrama in 4 acts for soprano. The character's name is Einfrau. And orchestra, the orchestra in question is 4-4-5-4, then 4-3-4-1, harp, celesta, glockenspiel, xylophone, timpani, percussion, and strings. The strings are 16, 14, 12, 12, 10. And their percussion is cymbals, bass drum, snare drum, tam-tam, ratchet, and triangle. So I guess you would need 3 percussionists because there are 2 pitch percussion instruments. And there are a lot of winds, so let me just rapid fire through the auxiliary instruments if you're interested. We got a piccolo, and then uh, one of the 2 of the other flutes are doubling on piccolo, I think. And then we got English horn, D clarinet, A clarinet, wait, D clarinet, bass clarinet, B flat, and 2 A's. The 2 A's is kind of weird. And then contrabassoon. Even though there's 4 trombones, there's no bass trombone. It's kind of weird. It's just a very big orchestra. You can see it on the page here. So because this is a opera, I'm gonna have to go over some of the plot, and because this is our first Schoenberg episode, I'm gonna have to go over his biography a little bit. So the whole thing takes place in a forest. The soprano is this woman who is searching for her lover in the darkness. She comes across a tree trunk, which she mistakes for a body. Then she does find a dead body, and it is her lover. No one is there to help her. and she mourns him, uh, questions what she could possibly do with her life now, and then wanders off alone into the night. So very strange, little kind of expressionistic scene here. Schoenberg is like one of the most influential composers, if not the most influential, in all of contemporary music. I like to think of him as like a virtuoso composer and maybe the first virtuoso composer. He wasn't really particularly renowned as a conductor or a pianist, although he could do all of these things. Um, and he really, he pioneered the idea of atonal music, serial music, expressionistic music. He also developed the 12 tone technique, which every composer kind of has to learn as part of their education still today. And his approach to contemporary music really sort of shaped what we now know as academic music. Like if you go to university for composing, you are engaging with a system that really upheld Schoenberg's music or was like decidedly against it, right? It was a very, you know, important um, thing. I think I've mentioned this before, but he famously like emigrated to the U.S. around World War II. The Nazis hated his music. He hated Nazis. Um, he didn't really like the way that his music was being received in Germany, and he died just after the First World War in 1951. And so, like a lot of post-war music was looking back at his life and work, and he wasn't really able to comment on music a lot in the post-war period because he wasn't around. The 12-tone method was also called serialism in French and English circles. This was a later development in his work. I think it's later than this piece, and he taught this method to Anton Webern, Alban Berg, and Hans Eisler. Yeah, so although this is a atonal piece, it's from his atonal period. This was the same year, 1923, when he developed the 12-tone method. So it was actually earlier than I thought. Um, to put this into perspective, like 10 years earlier, he composed Pierrot Lunaire, which was his first like big atonal piece. Yeah, I think we can just get into it. It's obviously very dense writing. He invented these two symbols for indicating a primary voice and a secondary voice, Hauptstimmen and Nebenstimmen. And this is like entirely invented so that conductors could better read his music and bring out the proper voices. So that's the kind of amount of counterpoint we got going on here. The recording's in the video description. I'll let you know what I think afterward. I don't have a lot of Schoenberg scores, and honestly have not listened to a lot of his music in a long time. So this will be a good experience for me. I think when I have the opportunity, I always listen to like Webern instead. But Schoenberg is also like the big one, so it's important to get to know his stuff too. Okay, so this was a nice exercise, and I haven't listened to a lot of atonal music like this in a long time, and there aren't a lot of pieces like this. I think 12 tone or serialism, that has really been the predominant style for this sort of expressionist music, but it's interesting to see um, sort of like the beginnings of expressionism, and this piece has a lot going for it to make it work. It's got like a dramatic element that's sort of can sort of influence the music. So there's that to explain most things that happen musically. There's also like the fact that it's very slow, I think makes it less daunting for the composer. Like it's not um, 200 pages of music, it's only 60 pages of music. Um, and yeah, that was one thing that surprised me. Another thing that surprised me was how long the fourth movement is. The first three movements fly by in like 8 minutes, and then you have 12 minutes just devoted to the fourth movement. So it's very much like a stream of consciousness thing. Interesting use of the ensemble. It's almost like subsections of it are used throughout, so it has this sort of like chamber like texture. Even the strings are used like a bunch of soloists. Very rarely do all the string players come together in one voice. And then you have really interesting use of harp, really interesting use of harp and celesta, which I think Webern and Berg, learned from. A lot of their music uses that, exploits that. A lot of cool oboe stuff and clarinet lines constantly emerging. I mean, this sort of writing changes the entire sound of the ensemble, and it's very unique even to this day. Not sure what the next piece is, but I think it's just pieces for voice and orchestra. All right, so today's piece is a really seminal work in 20th century contemporary music, especially from the 1960s. It's Berrioz's Sinfonia, which is for choir and orchestra. This is also going to be our first Luciano Berio episode, and Berio is a very important composer in my undergraduate years, and I think they're a very good composer to study when you're first getting into composition because his music's super accessible and almost postmodern in a way, and it's unlike anything else really that was going on at the time. Let's look at the setup here. So the piece is sort of like you got your eight voices with four mics or five mics all sent to a mixing console and then projected out of four speakers. You also have a sixth mic on a solo violinist. And then the podium here, where the conductor's standing, is directing all the other players of the orchestra. I think the idea is, you have your strings in an ordinary setup, and you have three percussionists. Between percussions one and two, you have your like keys and harp. Yeah, that's weird. I had no idea. So this piece has actually three violin sections. Weird. Okay. I've never I've never really taken the time to like look at this in detail, but you got four 4-3-4-3 for the winds, plus a couple saxophones, and then 4-4-3-1 for the brass. There is an electric organ and an electric like clavichord, I guess. And then the percussion list is pretty big. The first percussionist is the timpanist. He's doubling on Glock, large tam tam, snare drum, bongos, guiro. Percussion 2 is mainly on marimba. They also have a tam tam, sizzle cymbal, their own bass drum, snare drum, bongos, tambourine. Percussion 3, or no, percussion 2 also has three wood blocks, frusta, their own guiro, triangle, and percussion 3. Their main pitched thing is the vibraphone. Then they got the small tam tam, So like three different sizes of tam tam for the percussionists. They have their own cymbal, their own bass drum, their own snare drum, their own bongos, their own tambourine. They also got some castanets, their own guiro, and two triangles. Here's the first thing you hear in the score: the eight voices and the three tam tams. And you can see they're singing various like vowel sounds used with like the International Phonetic Alphabet and square brackets are notated in that way. And yeah, what else to say about this piece? There's like a movement dedicated to Martin Luther King called "O King." There's a movement that quotes Mahler's Fourth Symphony, I believe, the one with the scherzo that's very like light and kind of about death. And that movement that quotes the Mahler has a ton of like narration in it, and it's very meta. And when I first heard it, like as a teenager, really, I was really taken with it, and I think it's very captivating. So who's this guy Berio? Well, he was an Italian composer who was born in 1925 and died in 2003. And yeah, this his he's most famous for this piece, Sinfonia, and a series of solo pieces called his sequenzas, which are very demanding virtuosic solo pieces in more of a modernist style. He was married to Kathy Berberian, the mezzo-soprano, and wrote many works for her that some of which incorporate more like popular music and are a little bit more like open-minded to such things. And so Berio was like this modernist composer, but he was not like a staunch modernist. He had other sort of eclectic tastes. I would highly recommend looking at his sequenzas. I have a couple of the scores, but like I saw all of these in concert in Toronto at my university, oddly enough, at U of T, and it was really, really formative for me. Like I don't think I'd be the same composer I am today if I didn't see that. It was really like unlike anything that I would see here in my hometown. And it was so impactful. I almost can't describe it. You know, you just would have had to have been there. Um, and if you were there and it didn't affect you, I don't know. I mean, just I don't want to talk to you. Like, um, the recording that I'm going to be listening to is in the video description, and I'll see you in a little bit. Let you know what I think on this listen. It's been a real long time, and even though I wasn't particularly psyched up for the listening today, I think this is going to be really nostalgic. Okay, so this was fun. It was a little bit hard to follow along just because the score is so tall. So it was very hard to see what was going on, and I think the cutaway score aspect actually made it more difficult to read. Um, but I realized that I didn't really know the fourth and fifth movement that well, and I totally forgot that the piece is in like this big arch form. Um, I'm more familiar with the first three movements, so it's kind of cool how the first and fifth movement have this same sort of like complex textural thing going on. Um, and then the second and fourth movement are more like choir focused and have this like single melodic line that's decorated kind of idea. And then of course the big set piece is the middle movement which quotes the Mahler, which is sort of like the heart of the work. And that third movement is so memorable that I think this is like a really good example of how to write an arch form piece. You really have to make the middle like the focus of the piece, and I think Barrio does a great job of that. And it just got me thinking about form. Um, I guess there's other things I could talk about, but I think a lot has already been said about this piece. I mean, it's really fantastic. It's it really shows in an accessible way uh, how useful and inventive modernist music is, and how really developed like rhythm and counterpoint and pitch and form, how developed all of these things were by the 1960s. And I think it's easy to forget that with a very dense modernist work, or it's hard to see that, but it's on full display here because the content is made a little bit more accessible, and there's like quotation, there's some more like tonalish sounding moments, and simpler moments like in the second and fourth movement. I think it's an incredibly influential piece in that respect. Like, I think, for example, Valentin Silvestrov, he took his whole style from this sort of like thing that Berrios doing in the second and fourth movements, and it's sort of, yeah, this is like a pre-postmodern piece. It's a lot of postmodern music really um, borrows from it. So yeah, the next and last piece in the series is actually an opera by Messiaen, which I'm gonna split up into parts, I think, because it's so massive. And so it might take me a while to record that one. But until then, happy listening, and thanks for joining me into the penultimate orchestra episode. Right, so today I'm listening to St. Francis of Assisi, St. Francois d'Assise by Olivier Messiaen. This is a nearly 4 hour long opera that Messiaen wrote in the 80s, like late in his career. And if you want to know more about Messiaen, I will direct you to the following episodes. We've gone over a lot of the music of Olivier Messiaen. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to actually listen to one scene per day for the next 8 days. So this will be an 8 episode special kind of thing. Because I don't think I have the stamina to get through all of it. Um, like this first scene, for example, is only 20 minutes long, but it's 139 pages of score. So it is a lot. Like it is a massive amount of music. Under the direction of Rolf Lieberman at the Theatre National de l'Opéra de Paris. And yeah, I guess premiered on the 28th of November 1983. Here's the credits for all the people involved. The role of Saint Francis was Jose Van Damme. Voices required, so here are all the roles. It looks like Saint Francis is a baritone, and there are three basses, another baritone, three tenors, and only one soprano, so only one female voice in the whole opera. So I'm just gonna list like the full, what I think is the full instrumentation. So I think what this amounts to is 7 4 7 4, then 5 people on pitch percussion, 6 4 3 3 for the brass, 3 ons martineau, 150-person choir, and it's uh, 30 sopranos, 15 mezzos, 15 contralto, or 30 contraltos, 30 tenors, 15 baritones, and then 30 basses. And then the strings are 16 of each violin, 14, 12, 10. Doublings. So we need 3 piccolos, one alto flute, one English horn, two E flat clarinets, a bass clarinet, and a contrabass clarinet, one contrabassoon, one trumpet in D, and uh, one contrabass tuba, in addition to the two tubas. So this may be like a two euphoniums, one proper tuba situation. Um, I'm not as familiar with the French um, designation of tuba versus euphonium, but that's how I'm interpreting it. And then we have this huge percussion list, five percussionists. I'm not going to go through. Well, I may as well go through all of it because it's such a huge piece. Uh, fuck. So yeah, claves, bells, um, wind machine, snare drum. That's percussion one. Triangle claves, tempo blocks, uh, small cymbals, and suspended cymbal. That's percussion two. Triangle claves, wood block, maracas, glass chimes, shell chimes, wood chimes, tambour de basque, three gongs, a couple other things. That's percussion three. Percussion four also has a triangle and some claves. They have crotals, a couple suspended cymbals, two sizes of tom, and three tam tams. Percussion five, they have their own bells, and they're also on clave. The geophone, which is an invention of Messiaen's, it's like a bunch of pebbles in a drum. And then bass drum is on the fifth percussionist. So the three triangles need to be pitched in on E, C, and A, and then I guess it doesn't really matter what the pitch is, but they have to be three different pitches or sizes, and then the five pairs of claves all need to be different pitches as well, and they're notated on the five lines of the staff. Um, then we got the ranges of all the pitch stuff. I'm basically just using Wikipedia here to translate for me. So yeah, there's an instrumental introduction. Then Saint Francis explains to Brother Leo that for the love of Christ he must patiently endure all contradictions, all suffering. This is the perfect joy. Okay? So that's the scene. It takes about 20 minutes. The recording that I'm listening to is in the video description, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Hopefully, the next 7 episodes will be shorter than this one. I'll try to keep them under 5 minutes. And yeah, I'm excited to see what this is all about here. Okay, so this was not what I was expecting. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it was very light. Actually, it was kind of a breeze listening through it, and it's sort of like the focus is really on the text. I find there's a lot of call and response where you just have the singer stating something and then a part of the orchestra responding. I liked the little percussion interlude idea, which also opens the movement and sort of closes it, more or less, before the choir coming in, of course. And then the choir commenting on everything was a really nice moment and harkens back to a lot of like traditional opera. You think of like the sort of almost early Baroque opera where they're trying to imitate like a Greek or Roman chorus kind of thing. That's what it felt like, and it was really a lush and loud choir sound. I mean, this is 150 people. It's like has no problem being heard over the rest of the orchestra, and it was must be really incredible to see live and to hear live. Um, yeah, it sounds like late Messiaen. It's not particularly dense or complicated yet. He might be saving some of that. And it actually reminded me a lot of Claude Vivier's vocal stuff, or rather, Claude Vivier sounds like Messiaen. Um, but it makes sense. Like that sort of homorhythmic idea had to come from somewhere, and I think it's probably this opera. So, yeah, that's that. Next, we're going to be like tomorrow, we're just going to move on to the next scene, and that's it for Act 1, Scene 1. Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to Act 1, Scene 2 of Messiaen's opera Saint Francois d'Assise, and it has a separate score. Each scene or tableau has its own score under this publisher, Alphonse Leduc. Um, Different color font on each one's front cover. The last one it was green. This one it's a nice, like almost magenta, dark pink, and it has all the same front matter, same instrumentation list as before, and the first page of this score looks like this. We start at quarter at eighth equals 69 with the full ensemble, more or less. Actually, no strings. We just have a bunch of percussion instruments beneath the brass and winds. And so the synopsis for this scene is it's titled Louds, and it starts with a recitation of the Matins by the brothers, and then afterwards Saint Francis prays that he might meet a leper and be capable of loving him. So it sort of sets up the third scene. Um, as you can imagine with the subject matter, each of these is sort of like there's like a historical precedent for it in art. It's like these are like important milestones in the saint's life of the saint. I think it's the shortest scene. It's only 97 pages. Yeah, like if we look at the full thing, it's uh maybe 12 minutes long. Obviously, go to the previous episode if you want to go through every scene of this opera with me. Otherwise, just enjoy this scene on its own, and I'll let you know my thoughts in just a moment here. Link to the recording is in the video description. Okay, my thoughts on this scene. A lot of similar ideas from the first scene. I like that it was more contemplative and slow, and I like the like juxtaposition the of Saint Francis's sort of like inner monologue and the lush harmonies that accompany it, and then the matins going on, which are a human element but still very like maybe impersonal. It's like just they're chanting on a single note, and there's like these low instruments filling in the space in between chants. And then there's this whole other idea, which is like a bird song idea introduced at the beginning, because Matins is obviously like first thing in the morning when during the morning birds, and that idea sort of introduces, I think, a lot of the harmonic world that we explore later in the movement. So it's kind of cool to hear that introduction of birdsong. I know it's going to be a more important part later in the piece. There's something symbolic about it. It seems like a lot of the way that things are structured must mean something to the composer. I'm not quite sure what though. But it doesn't sound completely natural, you know. It's like very there's this sort of like importance to every line. Everything takes its time, and yeah, kind of cool. So that's it for this one. Tomorrow we're going to move on to scene 3. All right, so today I'm going to be listening to Scene 3, Act 1 of Saint Francois d'Assise by Olivier Messiaen. And this is a big scene. It's 190 pages and nice authoritative black text on the front cover here. This is a scene where Saint Francis encounters a leper. Pretty sure. In the previous scene, he was praying to God to be able to love the leper. And yeah, we're getting some Ons Martineau stuff going on here in the opening, and again, opening without any strings, just a lot of winds and weird percussion like things. I think we had some Ons Martineau in the previous scene with some really low notes, and it's used kind of similarly here, but then we have some extremely high stuff. These electronic sounds are going to really excel at like the extreme high and extreme low register, sort of expanding the sound of the orchestra. Yeah, if we just look at the thing here, it is at least twice as long as the last movement, so it's probably half an hour of music. And yeah, it's called The Kissing of the Leper. So there you go. Um, as always, the link to the recordings in the video description today. I'll let you know in a little while my thoughts on this movement and on Act 1 as a whole. Okay, so as a conclusion to this act, I think this is a really nice scene. I didn't realize until we were into it that St. Francis actually cures the leper of their leprosy. And this is also a scene that features the angel, the only female voice role in the opera, and it's that moment is really nice. I think the Ons Martineau are sort of used to hint at this otherworldly, supernatural kind of thing that's happening in the scene, and it definitely has like a couple short little themes and ideas that are a bit more like on the giddy or like demented side, like very hyper Lydian kind of sounding things, which reminded me of the Tarantula Symphony. And this is like, so the other two scenes so far have had sort of a collage aesthetic, like there's five or six ideas that just happen one after another in different orders and configurations. This is like that, but even more extreme. Like, especially towards the ending, it's you just get like all these themes coming back, like, and they sound exactly the same way every time you hear them. They may be the harmony may be more fleshed out or thicker, but it's like nothing is comes in on at a different transposition level or anything. It's just like straight collage and repetition, and it does feel a little bit like made for the page, like a little bit kind of neat and tidy and organized, and maybe not as natural as it could sound. But I'm starting to realize that that's kind of just the aesthetic of this opera. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into Act 2 tomorrow. I think that's the big act. Let me see here. Yeah, that's the big act with like the sermon to the birds, which is supposed to be sort of like the highlight of this opera. So yeah, that'll be good. I think we have a firm understanding of Francis's character at this point and like what it is miraculous about him, kind of thing. Today I'm going to be listening to Scene 1, Act 2 of Saint Francois d'Assise by Olivier Messiaen. Red font here. I think this is the longest in terms of page number. This is the longest tableau so far. I guess this is the fourth tableau technically. And let's see how this one starts. I'm going to be scrolling through this PDF of the score. Looks like we have this like little melody Everyone's in unison, and it's Ons Martineau, horns, and strings, and then that gets passed into the winds over here, or it switches to a different idea. But yeah, I'm seeing some like this glissando figure. I'm seeing some things that we get in other movements that we've already gotten, I should say. Yeah, I have no idea what happens in this tableau, so let's just figure it out here. So this one is called The Journeying Angel. On a forest road on Laverna, an angel appears disguised as a traveler. Knocking on the door of the monastery, he makes a terrific sound, symbolizing the inrush of grace. Brother Maceo opens the door. The angel asks Brother Elias, the vicar of the order, a question about predestination, and then Brother Elias refuses to answer. Then the angel asks Brother Bernard, who replies with much wisdom. And at the end of the scene, the two brothers realize that it may have been an angel. So this is their first scene without St. Francis in it, which is kind of interesting. I guess it sort of just sets the stage for this act. And I guess this is the first scene where we get this new leitmotif of grace. So I think it's like the pounding of the door is like this oral cue associated with grace in the opera as a whole. So cool. Um, yeah, I think we can get into this one. I'm not sure how long this tableau is, but I'm guessing it's going to be around half an hour, kind of like the last one. And I'll see you in a bit. The recording is in the video description. Okay, so this movement definitely has stood out compared to the three previous ones. It's a very self-contained little narrative, and it uses modes that are brighter than previous movements, harmonies that are more bright, and like higher extremes of the ensemble. There's like really important piccolo and xylophone parts, and it also uses the full orchestra a lot. And yeah, I think it expanded um, the ensemble, and there's a good variety of like time signatures and tempi. And the angel, which was introduced in the previous movement, has a very prominent role in this. They're really singing for most of the movement. Some of the like musical choices that are supposed to portray like the gravitas of certain things, like the knocking or the angelic nature of the encounter, I found a little bit like too extreme. Like it almost came off as like comical or melodramatic. Um, but that could just be a personal taste thing. I'm also not like particularly devout, so um, I'm just finding it difficult to like understand what Messiaen was going for in terms of mood with this. That's my take on scene four. Tomorrow we're going to move on to scene five, which is when the angel shows Francis some celestial music, I think. It's not the longest one, it's about as long as the one we did today. So today's listening session is the fifth tableau of Saint Francois d'Assise by Olivier Messiaen. This is sacred opera. There's not a lot of contemporary sacred opera, but this is probably the biggest example. And yeah, it's sort of day five of just going through every scene of this opera. This is a pretty big scene. I think it's where Saint Francis is approached by a angel, and the angel plays him this really moving, beautiful viol solo. Just going through the score here, I wasn't able to find this viol moment, but it's possible that it's played by the whole orchestra, or maybe the Ons Martineau or some, like there was a pretty prominent Ons Martineau trio at a section. Um, I guess I'll just have to listen to it and see here. And I'm seeing, like when I was scrolling through it, I'm seeing some leitmotifs you could say come back, but what it's not like leitmotif in Wagner's music at all. It's like a leitmotif in this opera is like a whole chunk of music that takes up its own space and time, and it doesn't vary a lot. It's almost always exactly the same every time it comes back. Um, this sort of immediately recognizable thing that happens, like this big glissando thing, is the grace motive from the previous movement. It's like a knocking on a door. It's super goofy sounding in my opinion, but it comes back there. I thought I saw some piccolo stuff before. Like this full ensemble chord that's in sort of three parts. It's like winds and brass, then strings, then percussion. This happened like four or five times in the previous scene. And I think both of these themes kind of represent the angel. Hopefully, at this point, you're getting used to the sound world of the piece. I think I am a little bit. I'll let you know what I think of this movement. I think it's a pretty long one, and I think it's our first big movement where just Francis is featured. It's literally just Francis and the angel in this one. So, yeah, I'll see you in, I don't know, 40 minutes or however long this scene is. Okay, so this is a good movement. It's all starting to come together. I think there's a lot of moments in this that really sort of want you wanting more, still keep your interest 2 hours into the opera. There's the moment where Saint Francis is listening to a kestrel, like bird song, and it's in the Glockenspiel over top of a very quiet choir chord. That was cool. The entrance of the angel was a great, nice moment, and of course the Ons Martineau solo, which was the celestial viol, was really good. It was a really nice moment that took its time, and towards the second half of it, we actually got like some of our first like contrapuntal moments, which was really a breath of fresh air. I was getting a bit worried that the whole piece would be sort of homorhythmic, but it was not. There was actually a little bit of counterpoint there. So, yeah, it's a fine scene. I think out of the five we've listened to, this is the most representative of the opera so far. I think as a listening assignment, it would work the best, but who knows? Maybe the I think there's three more. Maybe one of the following three will be even better. I think the next movement is going to be the big bird song one, so we'll see. Today is Tableau 6 of Saint Francis of Assisi by Olivier Messiaen. This is the third movement of the second act of this opera, and it's the longest one. You can see here it's the PDF of it is 379 pages. So it's like the length of a full opera on its own. And this one is the one where St. Francis starts talking to different birds and spreading, I guess, the gospel. Basically, he's preaching to the birds. And this is obviously, what St. Francis is most famous for. It's like the most iconic sort of association. And Messiaen, as you probably know, is obsessed with birdsong. He's almost an ornithologist himself, and he is devoutly Catholic. So this is sort of what the audience is coming for, and why the opera is so fitting for this composer, why the subject of the opera, I should say, um, is so appealing to the composer. And it starts with the idiophone trio, which actually starts the entire piece. in Tableau 1. And immediately we have the entrance of another bird with the first clarinet. So I think this is going to be a very bird song heavy movement. And it looks like a lot of these entrances are like just after the start of a measure. Um, and yeah, this one will be cool. Honestly, not much more to say. Every one of these scores has a different color of font on the front page. This is edition Alphonse Leduc, and this is the only movement with blue um, text on the front. I can't imagine how thick this thing would be if I physically had it. It's all probably on tabloid paper too. The recording I'm listening to is in the video description. I'll let you know my thoughts on this movement. If I look different after this transition, it's because I'm not getting to the listening of this until much later in the day. Um, I have other things to attend to, so yeah, I'll see you then. All right, my thoughts on Tableau 6. This was really fascinating to listen to because of the size of the orchestra and the use of like percussion and Ons Martineau. It really felt like some of the most realistic birdsong transcription I think I've ever heard for Messiaen, and it's really like uncannily similar. Like I'm not familiar with all of these bird calls, but it sounded very bird-like at points, and a lot of it was made up of themes that were introduced in earlier tableaus. So it was very satisfying hearing where these ideas came from, because I'm assuming the composer really started with this tableau and then wrote around it. So it's yeah, it's very satisfying to get to this point in the opera, and the sort of busy contrapuntal sections are great. The thick full orchestra chords it, are really awesome throughout this, and it's yeah, it's just all tied nicely together by this sort of metaphor for birds that the composer has really been harping on the entire opera. It's amazing what you can do with an orchestra this size. Um, and yeah, this movement does a good job of using the whole orchestra. So those are my thoughts. Um, if you like Messiaen's birdsong stuff, I think this is like a must listen. Don't bother with the previous five tableau. Just listen to this one because this is like the birdsong one. And I'm not sure where the opera is going to go from here. I feel like it could have ended here. The next two scenes are Francis receiving his stigmata and his death. So, okay, interesting. Today I'm going to be listening to Tableau 7 of Saint Francois of Assisi by Olivier Messiaen. This is a 4 hour opera that I've been listening to for the past 6 days. Today's day 7. And this is the scene where Saint Francis receives his stigmata, i.e., bleeding of the palms of his hands, in a cave, I believe. And it's sort of like a self-contained scene. This is like a sacred kind of Catholic opera, so the plot is not the most operatic plot. It's sort of like has some scenes which are very self-contained and other scenes which are more like built up to. Um, and they're just ordered chronologically, like the way that these events happened in real life. And yeah, this one opens a bit weird. It opens with all the clarinets and bassoons doing this 16th note phrase, quickly going into um, some choir stuff with the rest of the orchestra. I'm noticing that this choir idea with the strings and the winds, it creates like a crucifix on the page. It's very weird. Like there's just something about the way the score looks that I think is symbolic. Everything about this piece is like symbolic, and a lot of it is like completely inaudible. If you haven't been following along, I highly recommend just jumping back to what is it, episode 161, and uh, try to work your way through along with me here. Okay, so this is the clearly the big choir movement, and it's really religious or spiritual. Like it's just Saint Francis and like the choir singing all kinds of sacred things, and it had like one of the loudest moments I've heard so far in the opera, and some of the quietest effects and sounds that have happened so far. So it's really big in terms of like everything. It's just bigger than previous movements. It has some themes from previous movements, but a lot of new material. Like I feel like all the birdsong stuff has just been sort of left behind now that we're through sorry, I should say Tableau 6, which is the bird one. And now it's just more like messianic kind of stuff. And even towards the end, we get a lot more like tonal sounding things almost. And um, not a lot of late Messiaen does that, like pulls back the curtains and reveals that, he's like doing extended tonality stuff most of the time, or modal music. How would I compare it to the other movements? I think I'd recommend this one if you really want to get a sense of how like large in scope the opera is and how like kind of spiritual it's supposed to be. The other movements don't do that as well. And also this is one of the shorter ones. I think only the Tableau 2 is shorter. So it's a nice little like self-contained like um tribute to the composer's own sort of like Catholic beliefs. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it all ends. And pretty soon we'll be wrapping up this whole orchestra series. So I'm excited for that. Okay, so today I'm going to be hopefully finishing listening to this opera by Olivier Messiaen, Saint Francois d'Assise. Today is Tableau 8. I've been listening to one tableau per day for the past 8 days now. And this is the one where St. Francis dies. I'm excited to get on with it and wrap this up. This is also the last piece in my orchestra series. So after this, I will have gone through every orchestra score that I have that I was able to find recordings to. So I'm gonna spend like 30 seconds or so at the end just talking about what I thought about this whole process of going through all my scores every other day, listening to a new piece kind of thing. Yeah, this is a long movement. It's 216 pages. The first page we just have a couple notes separated by silences. So the Ons Martineau and strings are responded to by the winds and horns. It looks like it starts with a lot of different like tempo changes and then these like silences punctuated by little outbursts, and that doesn't go on for very long before it just switches into other stuff. But very different from the opening of the last tableau. I think the Tableau 7 is going to be sort of a standout one that feels very different from all the other ones. This is more like what I was used to seeing in the other movements. Starting this recording very late, I guess I don't know why. Um, I got so distracted today. But yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna do it, and let's wrap this thing up. And it was in C major the whole time. So yeah, this is sort of everything you want out of a finale in a piece this duration. It's a lot of reusing of material, mostly material that throughout the work has been associated with like the angel and heaven and things like that. And I thought the pacing was really good. I mean, the pacing has been pretty good throughout the opera, considering its length. And it's very satisfying getting the whole orchestra at the end because we've only been getting glimpses of it throughout the piece. Doesn't stand on its own as well as the other tableaus, but it's the finale. It's supposed to be heard after all the other ones. So, my thoughts on the opera as a whole, I thought, aside from like how inconvenient the scope of it is, I do think that it's a really good representation of Messiaen's music, and it's pretty accessible to listen to. Um, it doesn't develop a lot of ideas; it more just juxtaposes them, and I think that is a lot more listenable than, say, like a Wagner opera of this length. This definitely sounds more like in the realm of like Debussy or Ravel or the composers that Messiaen is sort of expanding on in his style. So it might fade into obscurity. I feel like just because there's so many other Messiaen pieces that are better for introducing you to his work, and even though this is sort of like his magnum opus, he's not a composer that really like innovated later in life. Like he pretty much his music pretty much sounded the same from when he was writing music in his 20s all the way until he was in his 80s. And there's definitely he's not like a man of many styles. He kind of just has the one style. Okay, so what did I think about this orchestra series? It's a lot of pieces, so it's kind of hard to even remember it all. But in the first portion of it, where we were like working our way back through the just purely orchestra pieces, I really felt that shift uh, from post fall of the Berlin Wall to like like that shift over 89 was very noticeable. We get into all these pieces that are like really like canonical orchestra works of contemporary music, and I could really see that shift. I also saw sort of a shift like when we got pre 1950s, there's like definitely a difference between what people were doing after war times and like before. Some highlights, I think, for me, getting to know a lot of these Mexican composers was really useful for me because I hadn't listened to a lot of these pieces. So I really liked getting to know Carlos Chavez a little bit more, as well as I guess the Revueltas. Some of my favorite pieces were in the concerto genre, and that we looked at a little bit later. I also really liked that we got into Messiaen for the first time in this series and really dug into a lot of Messiaen scores. And I think my favorite of them was actually the which one was it? From the Canyons to the Stars. That was one that was a really nice discovery of the five Messiaen pieces we did. I also really liked, I think my favorite piece that I looked at in this series was probably Echoes of Time and the River by George Crumb. That was a piece that I really uh, did not expect to be as intricate and beautiful as it was. And you can probably tell that I really liked it from the episode because it's like a 20-minute long episode. but hopefully this gives you a sense of what's out there and how much amazing orchestra music there is from the past 125 years that no one plays. Doesn't get played enough, you know, and orchestras know nothing about it. But so hopefully this series has helped amend that problem in some capacity, um, because I do think it is a real problem with the structure of orchestras. They don't prioritize like music that is relevant to people today. The next series, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I might even like set up a bunch of genres and spin a wheel like to kind of randomize the selection process a bit. This was the last big genre I wanted to do when I started this channel, so yeah, that's that.